Testing. Testing.
Hello?
Hello there. Am I good?
Yes, you are very good.
Thank you. Later.
Later.
Hi, Richard. It's Sabrina testing my audio. Am I good?
Yes.
Thank you.
If you're talking, I can't hear you. Can I hear you at all? If you're trying to talk, Mayor, I cannot hear you. Nope. No audio. Mayor Martinez, are you still trying to try your audio? Still cannot hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
I hear
All I
you.
had to do was turn the microphone on.
Hey,
How silly, huh?
yeah, it works. Not silly. It's too many stuff to remember to do.
Well, it looks like Tom wants to be part of the process. He just sent a text at 4:10 saying meeting starting at 4:30 p.m. Thanks, Sue. Oh, I guess we need to take him off this list.
Wow.
Mayor Martinez, that was from me. I'm sorry.
Oh, that was from you? Well, it says TB, Tom Buck. You should change your name.
I should. Thank you.
Yeah.
By the way, we are on YouTube already.
We are. Okay.
Yeah.
In that case, I'd like to start off by performing one of my favorite songs. I learned this as a kid. I'd like to dedicate it to my grandson, who is only 3 weeks old. Stage fright. Sorry.
Sharon, you want to test your audio real quick?
Hello,
Good, thank you.
thank you.
Welcome, everyone. It is now 4:29, almost time to start the meeting.
Hello.
Hello, Councilmember Bana. So it is 4:30. Open session to hear public comments before closed session. May we have a roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Bana,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Jimenez. Okay. Councilmember McLaughlin or Vice Mayor McLaughlin? Vice Mayor McLaughlin? Councilmember Robinson?
Here.
Councilmember Willis?
Here.
Okay. Councilmember Cepeda? Councilmember Cepeda? Okay, is absent. And Mayor Martinez?
Here.
Okay.
So can you read the items for the closed session?
Yes. During closed
Would you-
session, the council will discuss the following items: conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives Sharon Taylor and Jack Hughes, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021 full-time and part-time units, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level, and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Under conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Stevenson versus City of Richmond, Winehaven versus City of Richmond, Giddyville Rancheria of California et al. Versus United States of America et al. North Coast Rivers Alliance et al., Point Melody Alliance et al. Versus City of Richmond. Californians for Home Ownership, Inc. versus City of Richmond. Under conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, there are two cases. Under conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, there's one case. Under conference with real property negotiators, there are three properties. First one is South 45th Street to the west, Wall Avenue to the south, Interstate 80 to the east, and the BART tracks to the north. Agency negotiators, Anita Luck, Lena Velasco, and Jesus Morales. Negotiating parties, Miraflores Community Devco LLC. Under negotiation are the price and terms of payment. Second property is at 1324 Canal Boulevard, General Warehouse, Port of Richmond. Agency negotiators, David Alshire and Lizette Zepeda. Negotiating parties, Richmond Grown. Under negotiation, price and terms of payment. Third property is real property negotiators, property 12th and McDonald Agency negotiators, Dave Alshire, Lena Velasco, and Jesus Morales. Negotiating parties, SAA EVI Richmond Partners LLC. Under negotiation are the price and terms of payment.
Thank you. Are there any public comments before closed session?
Just noting that I'm here for the city clerk.
Thank you.
We do not have any requests to address the council.
In that case, we'll adjourn the closed session. I'll see you
For the
in the
record,
other
I
room.
am here.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
good to see you, Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you.
Hey, Richard, this is Craig, just checking in. Make sure you have me on Audible.
Hello, everyone. I'm testing my sound. Do you guys hear me?
I hear you.
Thank you, Richard.
Sue, your camera came on.
Antonio,
The wrong one.
I'm sorry,
I'm going to wait a few minutes so that the other council members can log in from closed session. Who is the laptop? Oh, okay. All council members are here. Can we have roll call?
Yes, Councilmember Banna,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Here,
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Councilmember Cepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Presente. All right, may we have the public comment instructional video?
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and KCRT.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom en conformidad con las provisiones de la medida de urgencia del gobernador de la Ley de la Asamblea 361, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
So I understand that Mr. Mayor, have you gotten your sound back? Can you hear me? I don't think he can. He's wrote that he has no sound, so he's working to get that fixed. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I got it connected. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. The statement of conflict of interest, do we have any? If not, then it's time for agenda review. Does anyone have any changes that they want to make?
Yes, so we have a request from council member to remove item 0.2A.
Yes, I would like to add an amendment, Mr. Mayor,
Okay, well, and
or
then
addendum.
and then there was a request to remove 06B. 06B. And I would like both items to be heard after the consent calendar. So, are there any other changes? If not,
Mayor,
then,
could you say the second one again that is being removed from consent?
okay, it's 06B. And 06B is, let me find it.
I got it.
Okay. Well, for everyone else, 06B is proposed service agreement with Contra Costa County District Attorney's Office to continue the community-based prosecution program. And 02A for everyone, it's adoption of Richmond Bicycle and Pedestrian Action Plan. So both of those will be heard directly after the consent calendar. All right, so report from the city attorney for final decisions made during closed session.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. On the consent calendar, item C1 was negotiations with our employee organizations. We gave a status report on those negotiations and received, the negotiators received direction for further negotiations on those matters. C2 was a litigation matter, Stevenson versus City of Richmond. With regards to that matter, the council unanimously voted to give direction to the litigators concerning settlement offers for a mediation that is coming up. The item after that, there's 3 items that involve the Point Melody property, the Wine Haven, Giddyville, North Rivers Alliance. That item was not discussed concerning the litigation matter, Californians for Home Ownership. That item was not discussed. In item C3, which involved potentially 2 litigation matters. We gave a status report on that. There was no reportable action taken. With respect to C4, which was conference with concerning 1 case of anticipated litigation, the item was not discussed. In C5, there were 3 items involving real property negotiations for Miraflores, Richmond Grown, and 12th and McDonald, those projects. None of those 3 items were discussed, and there was therefore no action. That's the closed session report.
Thank you. So now we'll move on to item L, report from the city manager. Public comment is allowed under under open forum.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council. This evening, I have a couple of items that I'd like to report out. To start, I would like to remind the community that we have ongoing food bank distribution provided by Contra Costa and Solano County food banks. It's bi-monthly here at the Richmond Civic Center. There's a drive-through distribution. Each client will be able to pick up a box of non-perishable foods and fresh produce, all from within the safety of their car. These supplementary boxes include a balanced variety of proteins, vegetables, milk. Clients are to please enter the lot on 25th Street and follow the traffic cones. Clients will remain in their vehicles the entire time. Each vehicle can pick up for 2 families. Please wear a mask when arriving on site. Walk-ups are not encouraged. However, there are other distribution sites in our community. If you have questions, since quantities are limited, the next session for distribution is on February 9th between 12 and 1 p.m. If you have questions, please call 510-621-1718. Again, 510-621-1718. Also, we're fortunate to have Spark Point Contra Costa operating in our community. Their February workshop calendar includes free tax preparation since it's tax season. So Contra Costa Spark Point is offering several financial services to our community. Their financial coaches are back with their monthly workshop series starting February 16th. They will be learning basic information about taxes. If you have questions regarding filing from 2018 to 2022, you can obtain assistance with providing and obtaining your individual taxpayer ID number application. People can be seen in person at the Spark Point office located at 1000 McDonald Avenue. Feel free to please call 510-779-3200. Again, 510-779-3200 for more information. Both of these items are also listed in the city manager's weekly report for further reference as well. And also, if anyone has questions from the public, you can always call the city manager's office to seek assistance at 510-620-6512. Again, 510-620-6512, and we can help you get signed up for the weekly report and answer any other questions you have about things taking place in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Curl. Now it's time for the abatement report from the Public Works Director.
Good evening,
And once
Mayor
again,
Martinez.
comments can be made under the open forum.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, City Council members. This is the presentation of the abatement update for the month of January, what we did in the month of January. Next, please. The month of January, we, in illegal dumping, we collected 163 tires, 231 mattresses, and almost 250 tons of debris. You can see some pictures of some of the items that we collected last month. Next, please. We also collected hazardous waste, and we transported these to the West Contra County hazardous waste location in Pittsburgh. Next, please. In a collection in different encampments, we had 5 encampment abatements, including the regular encampments that we also collect debris, and it was a little bit over 17 tons of debris that we collected. Next, please. The summary between illegal dumping and encampment collection is almost 270 tons of debris. Next, please. In terms of weed abatement, we collected a lot of weed, and one of them, or part of it also, you saw some picture of some of the consequences of this rain and all the trees that fell, and the tree limbs that we removed from the streets. These weed abatement includes Richmond Parkway and Bay Trail. Next, please. During the month of January, we also dismantled 1 RV and 1 trailer, a total of 3.7 tons of debris collected. Next, please. Graffiti removal, we removed 246 tags at 102 locations. Next, please. Just to give you a visual distribution of the man hours and our staff in abatement, about 75% of our staff hours, I mean, as you can see, there is 1,800 or over 1,800 hours. It was dedicated to illegal dumping. Follow with, I mean, a way lower percentage by graffiti abatement and weed abatement. You can also see that the hours that our staff dedicated the least, and not because they wanted, but because it was not as critical as illegal dumping, for example, is encampment removal and the transport of hazardous waste. This pie will start changing as the year progresses. Just to give you an example, weed abatement will start increasing considerably the month of April, and it might take all the way to October to change. But this is how in the month of January, our men distributed their time. This includes 16 abatement employees, including 2 temporary ones. Next, please. And with that, that concludes our presentation. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you so much. So now it's time for open forum for public comment. Do we have public comments?
Yes, we currently have 2 speakers. Those 2 speakers are Caitlin Kaiser and Mark Wasberg. I'd like to remind you both to please keep your comments respectful.
Mr. Mayor, may I have a comment too, please?
Certainly, we can put you on the queue.
Thank you.
And the list has grown to 5 speakers. Those speakers are Caitlin Kaiser, Mark Wasberg, Jim Becker, Naomi Williams, Tarnell Abbott, and Councilmember Bonner. Caitlin, as soon as the clock comes up, we will begin. One moment, please. Thank you for your patience. We're working on it. There it is. Okay, Caitlin, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Catalin Kaiser. I know most of you for the community. I am just speaking on the topic that got pulled from the consent calendar the bicycle and pedestrian action plan. I really want to encourage you to approve it. It was designed with a lot of thought, based on a lot of work done by many people and with lots of outreach to the community. And it's just really urgent that it get approved so that the city employees that look for money can start finding money to implement it. So we need it to get approved, and we need to start funding it. We need this for Richmond for right now, and we need it for the future of Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Wasberg. Mark, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, prostitution is not human trafficking. When you sell another person buying illegal drugs, now that's trafficking. You know, because law enforcement wants to make a big deal out of it. But the only problem is when you have organized crime, when you have the drug cartel being involved, when you got pimps, then it becomes a serious issue. But like I say, when you go out there buy it legally, because I remember years ago, I went up to the Cat House in Nevada. You know, I paid my money and I went in there for the room, and she goes, "Doesn't matter, I'll be with you for an hour." I said, "An hour, girl? You look at the 60-second man. How do I'm going to last an hour?" You know, and then after that, I was done. I ended up picking up a couple prostitutes around about 20 years ago here in Richmond and San Pablo, and it was all good. I had no problem. Then I had a girl come over my house. She serviced me. She did my laundry. She did my cooking. She serviced me for about overnight, and I paid her. Then she left. But you know, when you got your prostitutes walking the streets and blocking traffic, and you got your pimps out there, then it becomes a real bad issue, you know. But like I say, law enforcement, they're blowing the whole thing out of proportion, because, you know, like in the slave days, then that was human trafficking when you would sell another person, you know. But like I say, you know, when you go out there and buy yourself a piece of ass and you make it legal, there's nothing wrong with it. But like I say, you know, with AIDS and COVID and these other diseases you got now, you might forget it, man. Because like I say, it ain't gonna fly. Because like I say, I gave that stuff up years ago, you know. And had some girlfriends and stuff. We had a good time. But when I went up to the Cat House, man, I said I was so nervous. But these ladies, you know, they make you feel comfortable. I'll yield my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jim Becker. Jim, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Council members, good evening. My name is Jim Becker, President and CEO of the Richmond Community Foundation. It's good to see you all tonight. Welcome to the new council members and the new mayor. I'm here tonight just to congratulate the city on being so proactive in how it deals with climate change and climate issues. We are fortunate to be partnering with the city of Richmond in an electric vehicle car sharing hub, and we'll be providing a grant to the city to help fund a vehicle recharging hub. And we're excited to be partners. Want to acknowledge Danae Evans and her work, and city manager Shasta Curl and her work as well, and being our partners. And it's an exciting project. We will be launching 14 electric vehicles that, with a phone app, residents of the city of Richmond can access for $4 an hour. So I want to again thank the council for being partners with us in this, and the city staff. And I want to acknowledge the city for being so proactive and progressive in climate change. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Naomi Williams. Naomi, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening. This is, as you know, February, and this is a good evening and welcome to Black History Month. We were going to start out Juneteenth. It's going to be June the 17th, and it's going to start with the parade in person. So if you want to get involved with it, you can contact the people on the board, and start with the parade is going to be at Booker T. Anderson Park. That's the route it's going to start at. Okay, I have a suggestion too about closed session. I was listening last session and you never did come on as public, uh, you never did open it up. You came out and reported and then you continued to stop. But I think that if you started on time and if you're not finished, take a break so you can start regular city council meeting and go back to closed session once city council meeting is over, because we only get 2 minutes and we don't get them after, we get them before. So that will keep us abreast on what you talked about in closed session. Okay. And I think that's about all. And welcome to the new council members, District 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And I hope we can all work together to better Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, council members and staff. And I just want to say I spent a really incredible afternoon at Point Malati, and it was so enjoyable just having a sunny day and having a public beach park that the city of Richmond has made available to us. And it is just such a relief and a treasure to have that shoreline area where you can enjoy a vista of Mount Tamalpais and enjoy the birds and the wildlife right there on our beautiful shoreline. And it's a treasure, and I'm very grateful for it. And I hope that the city will continue to do everything in its power to make sure that that shoreline remains a public jewel, and that the surrounding hills remain building free, and that someday those fences that block us out will come down so that we too, all of us, can enjoy the vast vistas and beauty of San Francisco Bay. And we are just so incredibly blessed with that natural beauty, and it should never be in private hands. So I hope you would do everything you can to encourage the East Bay Regional Park District to get that land and put it back in public trust.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bike East Bay. Please unmute yourself and state your first and last name for the record. You may begin.
Hello, this is Robert Prinz, Advocacy Director with Bike East Bay, speaking to the bicycle and pedestrian plan item. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for accepting public comment on this item. I'd especially like to thank all of the staff members, both current and former, as well as the consultants, and especially Rich City Rides, who was engaged as an outreach partner on this plan. So this plan is really excellent. I really hope that you all support it and pass it today. I don't know if you saw the East Bay Times article this morning about the bridge gap closure project on the Richmond Greenway across 23rd Street, talking about 23rd Street, long history as being a high injury corridor and a dangerous connection. Bridging that gap is the #2 priority in this bike plan. I look forward to working together to find some funding to make that happen. But in the short term, there's additional need as well. There is a project approved by this former council in 2016 called the Carlson Crosstown Corridor Connections Project, excuse me. It's funded and designed, but the ongoing problems that Richmond is having is with retaining and hiring new staff. So I'd really like to work together to see what we can do to get new people on board, not just new projects, so we can keep the good stuff coming. But even ahead of that, please prioritize this Carlson Crosstown Connections project. We already helped win a funding extension on this, but we don't think that we can get you another one. So we'd hate to have the city with some money. Another high priority project in this plan is the San Pablo corridor. The plan recommends a high quality protected bikeway, not unlike what El Cerrito is planning. Separately though, the WICTAC has a corridor project as well, where they're suggesting parallel corridors for bikeways along neighborhood streets, which are discontinuous. So I really encourage you to put this plan forward, and then also remind WICTAC of the city's plans so that they can incorporate that into their own. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Eileen Lewis. Eileen, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you. I have one question, and I'm not sure it's appropriate now. Is Terminal 1, the Terminal 1 project, appropriate to make comments about in this venue now?
No, that item is item P1 and it will be coming up in the order on the agenda.
Okay, is it possible to postpone speaking at this time to that time?
Yes, please do. Wait until that item is called to make comment.
My apologies for the
No-
interruption.
No
Thank you.
problem. You're welcome. Have a good night. The next speaker is Jim Hansen. Mr. Hansen, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you, Council President and members of the council. I just need to clarify, will you be hearing the comments on the bike and ped plan at this time? I wasn't sure if there was going to be presentation or just make comments.
That item has been pulled from the consent calendar, and yes, those comments should be held until that item is called after the consent calendar is approved. It's item O2A.
Great. And so I can make comments at that time. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Well, if there are any other speakers that would like to make comments on item O2A, please wait for that item to be called.
And our last speaker is Councilmember Bonner. You may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Following Public Works Director announcement, I just wanted to thank him and let you know that we have talked with Caltrans and they're going to have a major cleanup campaign March 17th to 27th. You can ask for free dumpsters. I believe we're working out the details with Public Works and we're going to announce the campaign. Just heads up, March 17th to 27th. Is going to be the cleanup campaign by Caltrans that we are coordinating with them. And while I have time, I just wanted to thank Buck, East Bay, and Kathleen. You know me, I pulled out the item BPAP just to make it better. Don't worry about it. I would like to thank Jim Becker for the great work you're doing, and I hope to meet you in person soon. And I have to say that the so-called prostitutes are sex workers. Their job is to make you feel good. I'm very sorry, but they are victims of human trafficking. We need to address the root issue of poverty and human trafficking. It's our job and social duty, and we'll work on that as much as we can. That's all. I just wanted to thank everyone, and I'll be attending the parade, Naomi. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker under open forum. Mr. Mayor, you're muted.
Yes. All right. Let's see if we have better lip readers. We need a motion to approve the consent calendar. Do I have a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Okay, a second.
I'll second.
Okay. Moved by Councilmember Cepeda, seconded by Vice Mayor McLaughlin. Can we have a roll call?
Yes, and just for the record, items O2A, and that's the adoption of the Richmond Bicycle and Pedestrian Action, and item O6B, the proposed service agreement with Contra Costa County District Attorney's Office, have been removed from the consent calendar, so they will not be included in this vote. Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes,
The vote is unanimous.
fantastic. Now we can move on to item O2A.
Thank you,
Um,
Mr. Mayor. First, I would like to.
Please let me
thank-
read the item into the record. Let me read the
Uh,
item. into the record.
This is regarding item O2A.
O2A, yes.
Right.
Thank you.
Item O2A is to adopt a resolution approving the Richmond Bicycle and Pedestrian Adoption Plan.
I would like to suggest that we add one more paragraph to it, and I need to explain why before I read the paragraph. So first of all, I would like to ask all the community group that have been working on it, Rich City Rights, Track, and other groups, and especially thank our staff, Lena Velasco, Hector Rojas, and Lydia Elias, who helped me put this paragraph together to be amended to the resolution. As you know, the city of Richmond has a very special geography. I mean, Hilltop, Fairmead, the Hilltop area is disconnected from the rest of Richmond by city of San Pablo. If you go to El Sobrante, Richmond over there is disconnected by unincorporated El Sobrante. The plan is excellent, except for that it doesn't look at all those disconnects. So what I'm trying to say here is advising the staff to work towards connectivity of the communities. So here how it reads, and also increasing safety for school children. So this is what I'm suggesting to be added to the resolution. Now, therefore, be it further resolved that the city council does hereby, 1, adopt the Richmond Bicycle and Pedestrian Action Plan, which is incorporated herein as Exhibit A to this resolution. And 2, direct staff to A, emphasize on pedestrian safety around schools. B, collaborate with Contra Costa County to ensure coordinated planning for seamless bicycle and pedestrian paths connecting and serving residents of Richmond, North Richmond, and El Sobrante. And C, seek funding to expand bicycle and pedestrian connectivity with a strong coordination with neighboring jurisdictions, including City of San Pablo, City of El Cerrito, and Contra Costa County, to provide facilities in areas that are served by streets that traverse multiple jurisdictions, including areas like North Richmond and El Sobrante. And I make a motion that we adopt the resolution with this paragraph added to it.
Are there any questions, any conversation? If not, I will second that motion.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I think we
Yes.
might have speakers.
Yes. Oh, yes. Are there speakers? Thank you.
Yes,
Are there speakers on this item?
yes, I do see 3 hands raised. Those speakers appear to be Jim Hansen, Deborah Bayer, and Bruce Byard.
Okay.
Deborah Bayer, please. I've lost Jim Hansen somehow. Let's start with Deborah Bayer and I'll try to find Jim. Deborah, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm glad we were going to have a chance to look at this item. When I first read it, I thought, okay, they're helping to train the police. First, I thought, why are we paying the county for an extra prosecutor since that's really their function? But okay,
I'm
it's not
sorry,
that much
you're
money.
speaking to the wrong item.
Oh, I was sorry, I was called. So, but did I? Oh, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to have my hand up. Okay, I'll stop and very apologize.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. The next speaker is Bruce Byard. Bruce, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Bruce Byard. I'm the chair of TRAC, the Trails for Richmond Action Committee. We certainly support adoption of the resolution adopting the Bicycle Pedestrian Action Plan as with the amendment of Council Member Bana. This plan is developed through an extensive process of public input and will make it safer and more attractive for those of all abilities and ages to bicycle and walk for healthy, active transportation and recreation. One important thing in it, supported by TRAC as well as Bike East Bay, RB Pack, and Rich City Rides, is a realignment of the Bay Trail between Hensley Street and Gertrude Avenue, moving it from the eastern to the western side of Castro Street and the Richmond Parkway. This will provide a much safer, more attractive route for people to walk and bicycle than the current route through a current unhoused encampment. Even with removal of the encampment, it's the route over a capped hazardous waste site, under a viaduct, between railroad tracks and a busy rideway. Not a good place to walk, jog, or bicycle. Realignment will allow amendment of the Bay Trail plan and make the city eligible for grant funding to plan and design and build the Bay Trail route. Meanwhile, the existing trail will remain in place until such time as the realignment trail has been funded, designed, and built. Thank you for your time. This is a fine plan, and the city's going to have, I'm looking forward to the city implementing it, take a major effort, certainly by engineering, to line up all these projects, get the funding, and to carry out the plan. We don't want it to simply sit on a shelf, gathering even digital dust. Let's implement this plan after adoption tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jim Hansen. Jim, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Great. Thank you very much. Mayor Martinez and members of the council. Yeah, Jim Hansen, Richmond resident. I guess I just wanted to say a couple of things. I hope that we can talk about ways to allow the neighborhoods and residents, you know, on major plans like this, to have a little advance notice on some of these plans. I know there's always a rush to get them in. There's a lot of tight deadlines, but we've been trying to follow when this would come to council. And I reached out and we found out. And so there's frankly been a rush this evening to read through. So I can't say that I have a lot of comments other than we did get some comments in on the draft plan. Our concern, particularly from East Richmond, where we have people using San Pablo heavily and McBride on the way to Alvarado Park, from all over Richmond, that we had fatalities in that area. We had people hurt. We had major crosswalks on San Pablo where there was absolutely a sprinkle of striping left. And at the time, there was nothing considering that. So kind of a head scratcher, but we tried to make comments. I think some of them were addressed. Just in a quick read of this, I just say that I think making streets safe for all users should be the operative word in this plan moving forward. And in particular, we supported the McBride Safe Routes to Parks project. Some of our neighbors on McBride who were faced with people speeding that street. And that's a proposal that went in under Public Works. So we hope that this is part of that plan. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Any other speakers?
Hold on one second, let me check. Like we do. Sabrina, are you there?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was muted. Excuse me. We have one more speaker, Mark Wasberg. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
I'm waiting.
As soon as you begin, the clock will start to count down. You may go.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Hey, I ride my bicycle every day here in El Sobrani, down by Grip, at City Hall. And you got these bike lanes. I see hardly anybody riding their bicycle on these bike lanes, especially down by Grip, where that one street on 22nd Street, almost the whole entire street is a bike lane. I mean, it's pretty stupid, you know, having a whole almost entire street a bike lane. you know, you're never going to make it safe because you got cars going back and forth. So far, I got in 2 accidents on my bicycle. I don't know why. You can have these bike lanes, but you guys are pushing this environment crap. It's just a bunch of stupid stuff. It seems like you want to take people out of their cars. You want to make our lives miserable by getting on a bicycle. I'm even getting tired of riding my bike, man. I'm getting flats every day on this stupid thing. But if you guys, I don't know how you're going to implement all these programs of widening the streets and making these cars go other ways just because some people want to ride their bicycles down the street. I don't know. It just make no common sense at all. I'll yield my time.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker. Looks like we have one more speaker. I'm sorry, Angela Cox. Angela Cox, you please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Okay, thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor and City Council and citizens. I am the local history librarian of the Richmond Public Library, and we would like to invite the public to come to our Black History program, February.
Angela, Ms. Cox, we're speaking on a different item at this time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Open forum is over.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me then.
No problem. That was our last speaker.
Okay, thank you. I see Cesar, Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you. Not under public comment, but this is more for the agenda. Since we have the motion in the second, is it okay to move forward with my comments?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, perfect. Thank you. I want to thank the staff. I want to echo what Councilmember Vana said for the staff, the volunteers, everyone that's been part of this, reading the report. It looks like neighborhood councils and a lot of different leaders. So thank you all for your time in putting this together. It looks like a really great project. I want to just add in there, if we can, not necessarily part of the motion, but just part of the process, making sure that we continuously reach out to the neighborhood councils and the businesses to have their input as we're going to be changing these streets. We want to make sure that we continuously touch base with them because it is going to be affecting them. By Washington Elementary School, it's affecting their traffic for the elementary school. So we want to make sure that we're touching base with that school. So right now they're having some issues with the drop off. So it's going to move traffic over to one of the smaller streets. So just keeping all these little small pieces in mind. And again, communicating with the neighborhood council is going to be able to bring some of this, shedding some light on this, of some of the smaller issues in the community. They may or may not have been put forth before, but it's been brought up to me around Cutting Boulevard. Also for sidewalks, thank you for putting that as an item there as well. I'm very big on ADA, so I'm hoping that as we're putting in sidewalks, we're also continuing to think about ADA access everywhere that we can, or anywhere that we should be putting ADA access, especially around bus stops and just being able to get on top of those sidewalks. And then for equity, looking at the map, making sure that we're looking at all our different affected communities. The map is great, and maybe I just don't understand it, but it looks like some communities, I'm looking at Parkchester, it was looked at as being sort of median or not very high of a community that could be affected. And I think is one of the communities that's greatly affected by the trains. They have no sidewalks during the rain. They get an ad hoc pond. So making sure that we prioritize them as well if we can there. And then in terms of San Pablo Avenue, somebody mentioned earlier in one of the comments, WIGTAC is looking into this as well. So there might be some additional funding and partnerships with WIGTAC. If you're not already doing it, you might already be doing it. Maybe I just missed that. But it was a topic of conversation in our last meeting. So again, there might be funding there and partnership, especially as we're looking to connect all of the different cities. San Pablo Avenue will be connecting all of the cities, actually. So partnering there, that might be one way of being able to create that partnership. That is all I have. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Robinson.
Hello, good evening, everybody. I just wanted to kind of second Councilman Urbana's and Zepeda's recognition of all the different work from community groups that went into this plan. And also, I do appreciate Councilmember Bona's motion to add the amendment to the plan. I don't know if I want to add an official amendment, but I do want to just bring up that I do feel concerned that it seems like the focus of this bike pedestrian plan is primarily to address safety issues, safety corridors or places where there are a lot of accidents. But I also am concerned that when we're putting in bike lanes, that's transportation infrastructure. And it's really important, I think, that we think about local transportation as well as transportation through communities. I think that there's a huge focus when you look at, the priority of paving on major throughways and not on destinations, like local destinations, making sure that bike lanes lead somewhere, like to the library or to the grocery store. That kind of connectivity I'm not really seeing in prioritized at all. And I feel like if we want bike lanes to really serve the people in the community and get people an alternative to using their car, they really have to lead to destinations. So I just wanted to bring that up and at least have it in the record. I don't know that it's the appropriate time to add another amendment without a lot of study. Just make that a point.
Thank you. Actually, that was very, very good direction that staff will, I'm sure, adhere to, pay attention to. So it is on the record as being a direction to consider by staff. If there's no more comments, shall we have a roll call?
Councilmember Bona?
Yes.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, can you read the motion again before we vote?
The motion is to adopt this resolution with the, let's see, I'm sorry.
With the paragraph that I added to it.
Right, okay, so I can read that paragraph if you would like. Okay. With the added paragraph, now therefore be it further resolved that the city council does hereby, one, adopt the Richmond Bicycle Pedestrian Action Plan, which is incorporated herein as Exhibit A to this resolution. And two, direct staff to emphasize on pedestrian safety around schools. B, collaborate with Contra Costa County to ensure coordinated planning for seamless bicycle and pedestrian paths connecting and serving residents of Richmond, North Richmond, and El Sobrante. And C, seek funding to expand bicycle and pedestrian connectivity with strong coordination with neighboring jurisdictions, including City of San Pablo, City of El Cerrito, and the Contra Costa County, to provide facilities in areas that are served by streets that traverse multiple jurisdictions, including areas like North Richmond and El Sobrante. Is that correct, Councilmember Bona?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay.
All right.
Continue
And your
with the
vote?
vote. Okay. Councilmember Bona?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Very good. Very good. Now we'll move on to item 06B. Can you read that into the record?
Yes, item 06B is it's to approve a sole source agreement with the Contra Costa County District Attorney's Office for the continued and dedicated services of the Deputy District Attorney, who will be specifically assigned as Richmond's community-based prosecutor in an amount not to exceed $100,000 from July 1, 2022 through June 30th, 2023.
So this was pulled at the request of community members. And I think it's to have questions answered And I believe that they were asked of Chief French. So hopefully you're prepared to answer them.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor Martinez and council members. This item is in regards to our community prosecutor, which is our in-house district attorney. This is a program Chris Magnus started over 10 years ago as a means to provide better services to our community. We recognize that the DA's office is overwhelmed with cases from across the county, and we had specific needs that have been fulfilled by having a district attorney in our office. In fact, we used to have 2 district attorneys in our office, and we cut that down to 1. And so we currently have 1 in our office. First and foremost, the community prosecutor focuses strictly on the city of Richmond related issues. They are focused on our mission to address serious crime in Richmond and work with us to specifically target the individuals we know to be involved in gun violence. Those efforts include reviewing gun charges against individuals immediately, as opposed to having to send the case over to the district attorney's office and waiting an undetermined period, which could be up to a year of time for these cases to be reviewed. The community prosecutor reviews all misdemeanor cases and determines which should be sent to the DA's office for filing. This provides a cost savings to the city because it eliminates approximately 50% of the cases, and therefore means that our staff does not have to make 3 copies of each of the reports, the CDs and videos and pictures on those cases that we know will not be charged. Our community prosecutor also works in conjunction with the public defender's office, the DA's office, and our department on the MERP program, which is the Misdemeanor Early Resolution Program. It was instituted to provide residents charged with a misdemeanor and up to date status of their case. The community prosecutor keeps a detailed log of all of the misdemeanor cases reviewed and the results, whether it's no charges filed or if it's sent back for additional information. And at the end of each month, a list is sent to the public defender's office on the decisions. Sorry, I'm in a hotel room and trying to do this on my phone. A list is sent to the district attorney's, the public defender's office on decisions that are made on those cases. The program eliminates the need for many residents to have to show up in court if a case has been NCF, meaning no charges filed. In an ordinary misdemeanor case sent to the DA's office, the filing decision can take up to a year with the volume of cases coming in. By screening the cases in advance with our community prosecutor, community members will be advised by the public defender's office if they need to show up to court on the date that's given on their citation. Thus, if a case is reviewed by the prosecutor and it's not charged, the citizen will not have to go to court and not have to miss work. Since October of 2018, the community prosecutor has reviewed and made determinations on over 1,600 misdemeanor cases. Without the community prosecutor, these 1,600 cases would have been sent over with 3 copies of the report, the CDs. So many of those copies of reports will be made, and it's unnecessary if a case is not going to be charged. The district attorney's office also has their own staffing shortages, which in turn leaves less attorneys to review these cases. In addition, the felony filer is often overloaded with cases to review from other agencies. Our community prosecutor has the ability in-house to complete the filing paperwork and get cases filed in a timely fashion, especially in custody cases for serious or violent crime and gun cases. The community prosecutor plays an integral part of a training for our officers. Training memos and bulletins on new laws, investigations, report writing, etc. occur regularly between the prosecutor and our staff. Community prosecutor writes training bulletins on topics like civil standbys and domestic violence cases, proper investigation of hate crimes, driving under the influence investigations, and investigations of illegal dumping cases. The community prosecutor also has taken over filing all misdemeanor DUI cases for Richmond PD. Due to the staffing issues at district attorney's office, many individuals arrested for driving under the influence had not been charged with their original case and subsequently picked up a second DUI case. Some cases that used to take up to a year to get filed are now being filed within a week or two of the original arrest and before the court date is issued to them on their citation. So again, when officers issue a citation for a misdemeanor arrest, there's a date given that a person has to show up in court. Many times when we did not have our community prosecutor, people would show up in court and the case had not been filed and there hadn't been a decision made, and they were told to show up in court the next month to see if the case was filed or not. So this can happen for months and months at a time, and taking away valuable time from our residents, because now with our community prosecutor, they're given a date, they know if the case is charged or not. So besides all the help the community prosecutor provides the department internally, he also helps with communication with our community. He spends an awful lot of time on the phone with the Richmond community members who are wondering about their case, answering their questions. With the community prosecutor, we are able to provide better services to our community, and up until a couple of years ago, we paid $200,000 per year for the community prosecutor. I was able to reduce that cost by half in 2020, and the DA's office has requested each year to raise the cost again, but we have not agreed to that, and we have kept the funding at $100,000. And I do think that the benefits far outweigh the cost that we pay. And I'll answer any questions.
Okay. Are there any questions? If not, I have some. We are paying over and above the normal county's what the county normally provides. Are they shorting all the other cities that much? And do all the other cities pay extra for their own prosecutors?
As far as I know, we're the only city in the county that has this program with an attorney in our office. I'm not aware of any other city that has done this program.
And why do you think it works? Why do you think it's sufficient for other cities and not for us?
So the other cities, I don't think have the amount of cases that we have in the city of Richmond. And so to provide better service to our residents, we felt years ago that it was better to have somebody in our office so that we can have regular communication with our residents, as opposed to our residents just continuing having to show up in court over and over and being told to come back because their office is short. So by having the community prosecutor, we're able to keep in touch with not only the public defender's office, working together to provide information to the people on their cases, and it keeps them from having to show up in court unnecessarily.
Okay, so how does this position how does this position's emphasis on misdemeanors and the quality of life issues help meet the stated goals of reducing violent crime?
So as I stated before, with the in terms of the gun violence, that's when we first started having the community prosecutors in our office to work with our detectives on violent gun cases. So if somebody was arrested with a gun, the community prosecutor would work with the detectives to get those charges filed on that individual, so that we weren't having somebody running around, released from custody on that case and pending charges for up to a year while the DA's office, that's how long they had to make a decision on those cases. And meanwhile, some of these people were committing more gun violence, and we wanted to be able to have decisions made quicker on those cases. And so that's how we were able to impact violent crime in the community.
Okay, I'm a bit confused. I asked about misdemeanors, and guns aren't a misdemeanor, are they?
Yes, they are.
They are. Wow.
Possession of a gun is a misdemeanor.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's a really good thing for me to know. Thank you, for everyone to know. Okay, so So I'm actually okay with this, but I do have questions about a couple of policies under scope of services. Let me see if I can find it. Under liaison. I think, let's see, it says the community-based prosecutor will serve as a liaison between the district attorney's office and the Richmond Police Department on all legal issues, with a special focus on improving the prosecution of quality of life crimes. So what are quality of life crimes?
So that can be illegal dumping, which our community prosecutor has met with our city attorney's office in terms of how we can get those cases prosecuted, because as you know, our city attorney's office for a long time was short-staffed and they weren't able to take these cases to get prosecuted. So there was discussion between our city attorney's office and our community prosecutor on having these cases heard in our Richmond court by a commissioner. And so they were integral in those communications. Additionally, so as illegal dumping cases, music, loud music or noise abatement cases and stuff like that. So they've assisted in those types of cases.
Okay, so there's a special focus on improving the prosecution of quality of life crimes. So okay, should we remove, I think we should remove this special focus on, or change it to a special focus on things worth prosecuting, like homicide. Wouldn't that make more sense?
So this particular community prosecutor does not prosecute homicide cases. Those cases are still taken to the district attorney's office for the felony filer to review. There's a specific review for homicide cases.
Okay, so do all felonies go to the county and the city only review misdemeanors?
No, some felonies will, the community prosecutor will look at. So for example, a couple years ago, we had a young kid hit by a car on Cutting, and it was a hit and run accident. And we were able to locate the offender who was driving while under the influence. And so it was a felony case because there was a injury involved. And so the community prosecutor worked with our detectives and actually prosecuted that case or charged that case. Okay. So, special circumstances, even if it's a felony, the community prosecutor will sometimes look at it and get it charged.
Okay, I see a couple of other people with questions. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Chief French, for the presentation and providing some information. I have a couple of questions. One that I don't understand is, so are we getting people prosecuted for illegal dumping and for loud noises if they are making a party? Or how are these cases resolved?
So the community prosecutor is working with the city attorney's office because previously we had an in-house city prosecutor that would prosecute these cases. Now our city attorney's office hasn't had the capacity to do that for a while. So our attorney's office worked with the community prosecutor and the court system to work to have a commissioner look and review these cases and move forward with them. Now, I can tell you right now that we have not had many of those cases recently, just because the reduction in our staff, and in the last couple of years, we haven't responded to a lot of the noise complaints and issued citations. We're still responding, but if we do have one where it's a repeat offender, then our community prosecutor would look at it and refer it to the courts for a commissioner to handle.
So it's not like we are prosecuting, or I don't like, I can you explain more, because I still don't get it. So are we prosecuting people for this or not?
There is a potential for people to be prosecuted for this. It has not happened for a while. Thank you, Shannon. I believe Shannon's on to assist with that.
Sure. Hi. So I think it really depends, and we've been working with the community prosecutor. It depends on the type. If with reference to like illegal dumping, for example, a certain amount qualifies as an infraction. In which case, if it's an infraction, we work with the court system, the traffic commissioner to process the infraction, and it would result in a fine, basically. And if it's a larger amount of dumping, I'm drawing a blank on the volume right now, is then that would be the community prosecutor would take steps to bring forth a case, a misdemeanor case. So there's kind of two tracks. One is the infraction route for smaller dumping as a deterrent effect. The penalty, it would be a fine, and then the other route is a misdemeanor. I don't know if that answers your question.
Shannon, can you talk about how the community prosecutor was involved in the communication about how that would go? That and I believe it was that in the noise complaints too.
Yeah, I mean, I think the community prosecutor plays a pretty critical role in kind of coordination between the police department and the district attorney's office, and has like a skill set that someone in the city attorney's office at this point doesn't have, and that the community prosecutor has also helped train some of the police officers to help target specific sites for illegal dumping. I think that's been a big focus. I know the chief can speak to kind of more focuses, but I know dumping has been a problem in Richmond. And so we have been trying to work with the community prosecutor and actually the city manager's office to take steps to address that issue.
Okay, so I just kind of like add to that, because you mentioned some of these, but what other kind of misdemeanor cases are sent, and what are the criteria that the community prosecutors uses to determine which misdemeanor cases should be sent to the DS office for filling?
So I can't speak to what their criteria is. It's the criteria for the district attorney's office. But I know they specifically handle all of our misdemeanor cases, like our DUIs, misdemeanor thefts, any misdemeanor, the drug arrests that are misdemeanors now. They handle all of those cases, the gun cases.
Okay, so how cases kind of cross the prosecutor's desk?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
How the cases come to the prosecutor or the community prosecutor's desk? How he knows about the cases, and how
when an officer writes a report, if it's a misdemeanor report, it's sent to the community prosecutor.
Any misdemeanor?
I believe any misdemeanor, yes.
Okay, and then so what we don't know is what is the criteria that the community prosecutor uses to decide which cases are going to be sent to the DA. I think one thing that you mentioned is that the mission is to address serious crime. So I am hoping that that is exactly what it is, because we don't want to just penalize people for things that maybe we can address in other ways. So, and especially our Black and Brown community that gets more and more criminalized just because the color of our skin. So I would like to know more about what the criteria is that the community prosecutors uses, and see how many cases on the list that is sent to the public defender's office monthly. What is the list, and is like, are these lists public?
No, this list has just been a list that's been developed to share between the public defender's office and our office, so that our community members are aware of what the status of their cases are. Now, I can tell you that the criteria for which a case is sent over will not change. The criteria that the district attorney's office uses to evaluate a case doesn't change from our office to the district attorney's office. What will change is if we did not have this community prosecutor looking at these cases immediately, then the case automatically goes from our office when our officers are writing misdemeanor reports, and they are sent to the district attorney's office. And what will change is that the district attorney has up to a year to charge, and basically these charges are hanging over somebody's head for up to a year while the district attorney decides whether they're going to charge the case or not. Having a community prosecutor, those decisions are made almost immediately within 30 days, and that somebody does not have to worry about whether this case is going to be charged or not. So that's what the difference is. The charging criteria does not change whether they're in our office or sitting at the district attorney's office.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Martinez, if I may ask a question of Chief French, Chief French, just to help clarify some of the misdemeanor issues, can you talk a little bit more about Prop 47 and the impacts of Prop 47 and what actually does end up being charged now as a result of that? I think that might be helpful for the good of the order and for the conversation.
Yeah, so Prop 47 and 57, and I get them confused, so I'm going to just say both of them changed a lot of the criteria for felony cases. So now the example that I've given to the city manager is if somebody is smoking crack in a park and we get called, the police department gets called, and we respond to that park, and the person has a rock of cocaine, and instead of taking that person to jail, we issue them a citation, and then that citation goes to this district attorney's office. And I can tell you the district attorney's office criteria for that is if it's the first offense or even the second offense, that case is not charged. It's referred for diversion or treatment services. It's only on the third or fourth case that a person's if a person is cited for having narcotics, that the case is actually charged. So those are some examples of the cases that they're looking at, and those are some of the examples of the changes in the law with Prop 47 and Prop 57. And now there's a lot more misdemeanor cases that used to be felony cases that are reviewed by the district attorney's office. Same thing goes for levels of theft. So the threshold for thefts went up to, I believe it's like $850. Anything below that is a misdemeanor. So now there's, like I said, a lot more misdemeanor cases to be reviewed. Mayor Martinez, you're muted.
I'm sorry. So Councilmember Jimenez, if you're finished, then we'll go on to Councilmember Bono.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chief French. So to summarize everything that you said, and thank you for all the information, the prosecutors, so the American judicial system is notorious for being too lengthy and too heavy, and people who are criminals often fall victim to the judicial system as well, because it just drags on and on. So this is a service to residents of Richmond to expedite the judiciary system process. It doesn't change anything in the law or how they're prosecuted or everything, correct?
That's
Just wanted
correct.
to summarize to make sure we understand. So it's not a service to the police department, it's actually a service to resident of Richmond.
It is a service to the residents of Richmond. However, we also benefit because we do get the training in-house with the prosecutor in-house.
Thank you very much.
All right, any others? Well, I'd like to look at the scope of services, item 5. I know that we want to prosecute people, but the language seems as if we're going overboard in one direction. It says the community-based prosecutor will review all misdemeanor crime reports and file relevant charges while pursuing every opportunity to take advantage of enhanced penalties to ensure that offenders are charged and incarcerated. So this makes it sound as if the prosecutor's job is to incarcerate people. I don't think that should be an objective. The objective should be seeking justice. But when the language says that they're a charge is to pursue every opportunity to take advantage of enhanced penalties to ensure that offenders are charged and incarcerated, I think is a bit overboard. So we have to look at criminalization and incarceration on our communities as a whole, and the disproportionate impact on Black and Brown communities. I would like to just take out that section because it's, it's obvious what the prosecutor's job is, and we shouldn't have to put in ink, that it's to pursue every opportunity to charge and incarcerate. So that would be an amendment that I would like to make on the scope of services.
I don't think that that's an issue. A problem, take that out.
Okay. Fantastic. So so taking out the item 5. Any other comments? Oh, we have public comments. So if there's not any more comments, then we can go to public comment.
Okay, thank you. We have 2 speakers. I'd like to remind you to please keep your comments respectful. The first speaker will be Mark Wasberg. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
You hear me?
Yes.
When people want justice, that means you're going to go to jail, right? You kill a family member, they want justice, so you go to jail. I know I got a case depending on me right now. I spent 4 days in Martinez, then I was transferred down to West County, and we had that was a couple months ago. And we had 20 new inmates coming in, and there was Black and in their early 20s. So right now, then I got a letter from my from the public defender saying I got 1 year. I got this darn thing hanging over my head. When I got in a conflict with the homeless guy, I pepper sprayed him, but that didn't do any good because I knew the guy had me beat. So I pulled out my knife. I told him it's time to go home. And then I get arrested for defending myself because he threw a couple of items at me. I knew I was going to go to jail. Man, being at room 9 waiting for around about 10 hours. Then I was out in Martinez. I was locked up for 24 hours. No phone, no nothing, man. It was horrible. Then I spent another 3 days at Martinez. Then I said, hey, God, when are you going to transfer me down to West County? He goes, you're going to West County in a couple more hours. And that West County was gravy train down there, man. You know, but I got this stupid thing hanging over my head, and I don't know why the county even threw me in jail, because I told him the guy assaulted me with 2 items. He goes, this doesn't matter. We have 2 witnesses. Says we had 2 witnesses that you end up pulling a knife on him. I said, sure I did, because he was coming after me. What do you want me to do? But anyway, so if you really want to know the law, just go ahead and get arrested, or talk to a lawyer, or talk to a legal.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Deborah Bayer, followed by Emily Ross, Deborah Small, and Helen Burks. Deborah, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you. I'll keep this short, because when I first read this item on the agenda, I felt really bad. I thought, this is horrible. This is up, and I'm referring to paragraph 5. The rest of it seemed okay. Yeah. You're training police officers, and you're, doing legal interpretations, and you're getting cases to court. And then when I read about that special emphasis on both quality of life issues, which, seem to me the least important things, but I understand that you want to do it if people are consistently doing it. That makes sense. But the whole thing about prosecuting misdemeanors and trying to get that for enhanced punishment and then incarcerate people, that was so awful. I couldn't believe it was going to pass this council, and it didn't. So thank you to both Mayor Martinez and Chief French for so quickly coming to the point and knowing what was the worst part of that, and we can continue on with the best of it. Okay, thanks. That's it.
Thank you. Next speaker is Emily Ross. Emily, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, council and community. My name is Emily Ross. I'm a Richmond resident. Calling to just thank everybody for this discussion. I agree that on the first read of the language of it, it was quite concerning, and I really appreciate the clarification from Chief French and some of the questions asked. Prop 47 got raised, and I think that was a really good thing, changing some nonviolent crimes from felonies to misdemeanors. And I was concerned in the language of the scope that we were sort of prioritizing prosecution and incarceration of lower level crimes, like, loud music, drunk in public, possession of marijuana. So glad to hear it's not quite as ominous as it looks, and that there is actually an emphasis on violent crimes as opposed to minor quality of life infractions. But given that the scope of services is the driver of this person's work, I think it makes sense to adjust the language to be more in alignment with both with our values and what the position is actually doing. So thank you to Mayor Martinez for raising those amendments to the scope of services, items 4 and 5. And thank you, Chief French, for your, agreement that that's a good shift. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Deborah Small. Deborah, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Yes, good evening. This is Deborah Small, Richmond resident, member of the Richmond Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force. I just have 2 comments that I want to make. One is a reminder that when we're talking about quality of life, crimes, offenses, what we're often actually policing is poverty. And so my request and my hope is that as the city moves forward with implementing this contract, that we actually come back and apply an equity lens to the way that it's being applied to make sure that it's not disproportionately falling on the poorest Richmond residents on the most disadvantaged areas of the city, because those are the people who are often most likely to be picked up for street level drug use, for drinking in public and those kinds of things. And if it's a quality of life, it should be quality of life for everybody, not just punishing the poor for things that we don't punish middle class and more affluent people for. And so one, as the city applies it, they should be thinking about equity. But secondly, I think it's important that there actually be an equity review, so that there's statistics that are being data collected on the racial, economic, and citizenship status of the people who are being prosecuted, so that we can make sure that we're applying our values of equity to the way in which we police all levels of crime in the city. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Helen Burks, followed by Naomi Williams and Sarah Cantor. Helen, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Helen Burks, and I am a Richmond resident and educator, and also a member of the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. I'm calling with similar points to the previous speakers. In looking into the item this evening, I was researching about just quality of life crimes, because it's a term that, from what I understand, has morphed over time and been used to encompass a wide range of things. I appreciate the clarity that this conversation brought tonight as far as what the specific contract does. And I also appreciate the conversation that it's brought about as far as what our purpose is around public safety. I do think it's important that for any contracts coming in, they're looked through, yes, with what Chair Small just said as far as an equity lens, but I think also to see are things in line with reimagining public safety. Prior to this item, I was viewing the State of the Union address, and I was excited to see broad support for issues around reimagining public safety stated and then also applauded in it. And so I think it's important that as we pursue this in our area, we're constantly just checking on the things, even if they're things that we've always done. Do they align with the purpose and the intent that we want for our community? And so in my research, I found that it was often found that citation was not the best response. So I appreciate what Chief French shared about the number of times and specifying the types of specific crimes that this would be addressing. But I do just want to caution us to stay reflective and make sure that we have broad-based other approaches to these same issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Naomi Williams. Naomi, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening again. I approve of the DA, that we have our own DA in our city. It started back when Chief Chris was here, and it did an excellent job on having things taken care of faster. So I agree that we can also change the language of that last, what's your name? Martinez was saying. You could change the language of it. It could mean the same thing, but see it in a more positive look instead of talking about just arrest and stuff. You could probably do something else with that particular part of it. So I agree. We need that, our own DA, so we can get things done faster. Because I know that we have different things, but one thing I would like for them to try to change, which I know they won't, is that they say they always have to be or see what's going on before they can arrest a person. But if you haven't dumped garbage or something in our neighborhood, and we got the pictures of stuff of what they're dumping, and you're not seeing them, maybe that could take place of you being there. So I approve of the DA. That's it.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sarah Cantor. Sarah, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Sarah, resident in Richmond. I agree with prior speakers. I am glad that we have this position specifically for the reason of making sure that people have better connection to not be just in the system forever with nothing happening. And I'm really grateful that the language that Chief French is willing to remove the language around pursuing every opportunity to take advantage of enhanced penalties. I think that however, really want to lift up what Deborah Small was saying about quality of life crimes, how those are often criminalizing poverty. And that if what we're looking at here are violent crimes, I would like to see the language changed in point 4 liaison as well, and take out the line that says with the special focus on improving the prosecution of quality of life crimes, and replace that with the prosecution of violent crimes, or just simply remove that altogether. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, I would like to also just, we are going to have the district attorneys present here about how she is prosecuting, because some of the comments that have been made by some officers that the district attorney is not prosecuting anybody and blaming Pro 47 as kind of like the reason. And I just wanted to push a little bit back on that, because there is no secret that this country has more people incarcerated than any other country in the entire world. And many people are Black community, like Black residents and Black citizens, and that has been prosecuted because poverty, because all of these racial inequalities that we have. So I just wanted to tell you that Pro 47 has been a tremendous benefit for people who had felony conviction. They pay their times. They now want to come back to the communities, but these felonies had been there, and they will not be able to take it away, so they can be able to have a job. And this is why recidivism is so great in California and in the United States. So one of the benefits of this is that people have been able to change the old criminal record that they have, so they have chances of reintegrating into society, and this is what we want on that. So I want to make sure that people are coming. In March, we are going to have Diane Beckton to explain how she is working and what Proposition 47 has been doing. And I think what we need to do is to make sure that we don't just kind of like put out one side of one thing because it's convenient for us in the narrative, but put the overall benefit. And many people have been for many years working on changing the criminal justice system, because the system that is being imposed is not working. Crime is like research has shown that crime is not reduced by incarcerating people. Or having many guns. If we were having this, we will say that U.S. will be the most safe, the safest country in the world for these two things. So I just think that we need to look at how we move for punishment to education and opportunities, and taking barriers so people can really have opportunities to thrive and to be engaged and belong in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Robinson.
Hi, thanks for this time and all the effort that everyone's putting into getting this right. I just have want to be clear on which changes have been accepted in the resolution. Was it accepted that
If you don't mind, I can tell you what was accepted.
Okay.
And Mayor Martinez, if I can say, I think you wanted to strike the entire section 5. But
Actually, no, on reconsideration, what I want to strike on 5 is while pursuing every opportunity to take advantage of enhanced penalties to ensure that offenders are charged and incarcerated.
So the first 2 sentences, yes.
Yeah. And then on number 4, to strike what follows on all legal issues, that stays, but with a special focus on improving the prosecution of quality of life crimes. I would be okay with prosecution of violent crimes. So those are the changes.
So my concern with just violent crimes is they do a significant amount of work on DUIs, which could be violent if they turn into traffic collisions, but I'm not sure everybody would consider that a violent crime.
Yeah.
Well, it says special focus. It doesn't say only.
Okay, and that's fine.
Sorry, point of order.
Yes.
I'm only bringing this up because just as I'm participating in this meeting, I did see Councilmember Robinson had the floor and it just kind of veered away from what she was saying. And I'd personally want her to finish her comment, then go on to others. That just didn't sit well with me. So is that okay, Mr. Mayor, that she finished her thoughts?
That's okay with me. I just thought that it would be quicker for me to say what the changes were so that it wouldn't be a question and answer, which takes more time. I'm sorry. Councilmember Robinson, my apologies. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I do think that there's a point of clarification, even in item 5. I think that Chief French said that it would be striking the first 2 sentences, and I don't think that's true. I think it's just the last part, because I still think that we do want to expedite the review of misdemeanor crimes, right? Like that is something good, to not have people hanging out for over a year wondering if their case is going to be charged or not, right? So
right, and I did say while pursuing every opportunity.
That part
would be struck.
I guess I just want to be clear that we're striking the stuff that's, focusing on exorbitant, like over too heavy-handed focus on prosecution and not the pursuit of justice. I think that was a great point that you made. And, and then the special focus on the prosecution of quality of life crimes. I think with those 2 things gone, I think we can move forward. Yes.
Okay.
An agreement.
Yes. So I'm ready to make a motion to accept this this item with changes in Exhibition A, the reduction of violent crime duties, number 4 under liaison, striking with the special focus on improving the prosecution of quality of life crimes, changing it to violent crimes, and then striking while pursuing every opportunity to take advantage of enhanced penalties to ensure that offenders are charged and incarcerated.
I second that.
Okay, so we have a second from Claudia Jimenez. Shall we take a roll call?
Councilmember Bana,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Cepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Fantastic. And now we're ready to move on to public hearings. So, would you
Item-
mind reading the item?
Yes, item P1 is to adopt a resolution reviewing the terms of amendment to land disposition agreement for Terminal 1 project and all outstanding objections by various citizen groups with respect to the project, and decide whether, one, to exercise the right to rescind the transaction and require the property to be deeded back to the city and the deposit returned to the developer. Two, allow the sale and project to continue forward. Or three, direct staff to negotiate further revisions to the ALDA.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing, which means that there are special procedures. The order of proceeding when we have a public hearing with non-appeal items before the city council are as follows. We have a staff report, followed by questions from the council, then an open public hearing, followed by public speakers alternating from speakers in favor and speakers opposing. Afterwards, we have a closed public hearing. And then afterwards, I'm sorry, we close the public hearing, and then we have clarifying questions for staff, and then discussion and vote. So shall we start with the staff report?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and the one other thing I'd point out to what you just described is I think the primary person in favor and the primary person opposed, whoever that is, I think they get 8 minutes in their initial presentation.
Yes, thank you.
So this is a project that came before the city council on November 22nd. The council at that time directed that we work with the developer to finalize a sale agreement involving what's known as the Terminal 1 property, which is about 12 acres in the Brickyard Cove area where the Terminal 1 was formerly located. The council at the November meeting directed that we finalize the document to provide for the sale to the developer. There were a number of conditions that were specified in the resolution to require that the sales agreement would meet those conditions. We did negotiate from basically that period of time until just before Friday, November 30th or December 30th. And at that point in time, the sale was closed and the property was transferred. However, at the meeting on November 22nd, there was a great deal of testimony concerning the project. There was concern that the actual agreement was not finalized at that hearing. There were subsequent claims made against the action taken then as being violative of the Brown Act, and being cognizant of that in trying to work out the terms of the agreement, we included a clause, and that clause provided that for a period of up to 75 days following the closing, the city would have an opportunity to revoke the closing and basically get the property back, and the developer would be given the deposit, the $500,000 deposit. That would go back to the developer, and basically we go back to where we started from. So this is the opportunity that was envisioned in the agreement. And as the city clerk read, there is the opportunity to affirm the sale. There is the opportunity to reverse the sale and seek return of the property. And there is a third opportunity or third option, which is to direct that we negotiate some further changes and we make revisions. The window to take this action is basically 75 days from the closing, and the closing was December 30th. So there would be up to 2 months here where we could go back and negotiate further on anything that the council directed. So that's why we're here. That's the purpose of this meeting. I'm going to describe the terms of the agreement. There's a resolution. The resolution is kind of set up as it could be either a yes, we're affirming this, or no, we're reversing it. And those documents have all been a part of this staff report. One other thing I want to make clear in terms of what this is not the final action on approving the project and the terms of the project and CEQA, mitigation measures, all of that. This is just confirming that this sale has occurred. The other actions in terms of the ultimate layout of the project, the design of the project, the determination as to whether the environmental analysis has been complete, all of that is a part of following through on carrying out this transaction. And the agreement itself outlines a schedule as to when those matters will be considered. I know at some point in time, people were very concerned, was the design review board going to get to look at this again? The answer is yes. In fact, the developer, we went through a process during this period of time, which I'll describe, with citizens in the community. That one of the questions we asked was whether one of the major expenses of the project, which was the rehabilitation of the old wharf out there, did people agree that that could be incorporated in the park and be a positive for the project? And through the discussion with the citizens, the group we were discussing this with did not agree. And they basically felt the wharf was not an asset, and that if the wharf were gone, if that could enhance the project, they were in favor of that. So in the dialogue with the developer basically said, well, to include that in the project, we had to go through working with the U.S. Corps of Engineers, and we did get all those approvals. It took a while to do it, but you know what? If people didn't want that wharf, it would actually save us money not to rehab it. And if the project was not so expensive, we could reduce the density to some degree, and it might allow it would allow more parking to be put into the project. So those are the developers open to those ideas. Those are opportunities. They don't get decided tonight. We have to go through the developer modifying the site plan to take care of those things. And then after modifying the plan, they would then have to go through the planning commission, the design review board, and ultimately the city council. So I think when we met last time, the council was thinking about, well, if there are any issues, we need to get those things worked out very quickly, do it within 2 or 3 months. Now with the dialogue that has occurred, this could easily be a year process to make the revisions to the plan, talk to the Corps of Engineers, see how they feel about removing the wharf and making those kinds of changes. So I have prepared a lengthy report. Let me hit the highlights. I'm not going to read the report or going through all the detail, but the original project was August 6th in 2014. That project was designed to be a medium density residential project. There was about 12 acres for the residential development. There was 2 acres to remain as a public park. And as I said, this is at Terminal 1. There's currently an old warehouse, 94,000 square foot warehouse that's is not in use and abandoned. There are all kinds of industrial tracks, concrete surfaces. Because of the nature of the use out there, there was industrial activity that created contamination. The project there is a remediation plan as to what should be done, and the project would take care of remediating the site. The original project was revised in to be a 316 unit project that was a basically mid-rise project with a number of large buildings. That project was a condominium townhome project, and basically it included some significant expense items. Besides the wharf, it included the park, it included demolition of these improvements, remediation. There was a shoreline drive retention. There was a sea face set of requirements to deal with sea rise. And in early last year, the developer came forward saying, you know what, looking at the public cost, the infrastructure cost, which they set at $21 million, and looking at the extra cost of building this on the project and the housing units on a podium, which a mid-rise project would require, this project does not pencil out, and it's not economically feasible. The city said, well, we can't take your word for it. We're going to have an independent outside financial consultant look into all of this. And the consultant, which was basically LEG, they came back, it's a Land Economic Group, they came back with an analysis. The city was not given the pro forma because the developer was sensitive to it becoming a part of the public record through the Public Records Act. So we didn't have it. We relied upon the independent consultant to look at it. And he came back and said, you know, that he agreed that their project was, the original project was not feasible, but the revised project, which is 2 and 3 story, single family, doesn't require the podium. The parking is not under the building. The parking is on the surface. And the consultant concluded that project could support the $21 million infrastructure package. So we then, the council considered that in closed session. The council directed that this project could be modified in the manner suggested, and basically negotiations commenced, but they didn't go very fast. Meanwhile, another legal hurdle emerged, which is that the state, as a part of their push to increase affordable housing, basically adopted modifications to an old law that said that all surplus land that cities and other public agencies were holding, before they could be sold, they had to go through this the process of the Surplus Land Act. That process allowed the state to have developers affordable housing developers register with the state. The state would maintain this listing. The last time I checked, there were 500 on the list, but that was a few months back. But any project that the city had that was surplus that would be submitted to the Department of Housing and Community Development. That department would then notify all of the registered affordable housing developers. Those affordable housing developers, if they were so inclined, could then ask to be considered for the project, and they would submit a proposal, and the city had to consider all of the proposals. You couldn't just take one and dig into that. You had to consider the proposals and then decide whether you were going to develop it with the affordable housing developer or not. Obviously, the process takes some time, and the challenge of considering multiple developers was going to be complicated, and it also you could select a developer, and then it would turn out maybe they didn't have the resources or weren't familiar with the site. So it created some complications. It's not a bad thing, but it does create some complications. So the issue is that there was a grandfather clause that would create an exemption. The grandfather clause applied if you had entered into a deal with somebody before 2019 and you closed on the transaction by December 30, 2022. Our transaction obviously was entered into well before 2019, but the way the negotiations had dragged out, we weren't in a very good position to be able to close by December 30th. Moreover, you had to give the state a 30-day notice if you thought you were a qualified exempt project, and the state had to look at it and agree that you were a qualified exempt project. So basically in November, just before Thanksgiving, I went to the council. I said, we have this deadline. We are going around in circles on our negotiation. If we just sit back, we're not going to get this thing done. And I sort of said to the council, here seem to be our major problems. Here's how the developer does not have his entitlements. And in fact, on December 6th, the developer went to the planning commission, went to the DRB, went to the planning commission. The planning commission recommended denial. And on December 6th, that came to the council. So we couldn't wait to the 6th and see what the council would do because we no longer had 30 days to give the state notice. So the council said, I outlined a deal structure that I had not talked to the developer about. And I said to the council, maybe if we, just based upon the negotiations, if we did this, maybe the developer would buy it. And if he did, we could, on the November 22nd, we could have the council give us explicit directions for this deal. And then that would give us 30 days to put the deal together. So so actually the council said, okay, those terms sound good. The next day I said to the developer, take it or leave it. And the developer said, okay, I'm willing to negotiate on that basis. So we put it together, but we had to put the deal points together on November 22nd. That was our last meeting. That was 30 days in advance of the deadline we had under the Surplus Land Act. So that was only a week after what the council gave us direction. So obviously the meeting on the 22nd was hurried. We did have our deal terms. I had a resolution to the clerk, but it didn't get on the website. And the community felt like this was being rammed down their throats and that they had concerns that were not being addressed. So I heard those concerns. The council did tell us to go forward, but in thinking it over, I thought, well, yeah, we have to put this deal together with the developer, but we really need to work to understand the community concerns, understand what their issues are. those issues could be addressed in the CEQA process, going to the planning commission, go through all the subsequent land use process could address those issues. But I thought if we could embed a number of those provisions in this agreement, including in particular concerns I had about the road situation. I'd had a number of meetings about the Brickyard Cove Road and the history of that. And so I basically reached out to some of the citizens that made the strongest arguments against the project and to see whether they were willing over this month we were doing this to kind of meet with us and talk issues over, and they were. So we engaged in basically a dialogue with the developer and with the citizens group, and I absolutely know that a group of 5 or 6 citizens, we had 20 people speak that night. I don't know, you know, there's 5 homeowner groups, so getting a consensus is a lot more than talking to 5 people. But so they should not be held responsible for anything they said, but it was something that I tried to use to make the agreement closer to what the community could buy. So going on the staff report, what I want to do is summarize the principal provisions of the agreement, and then I want to talk about the main things that the citizens group were concerned with. If you're trying to follow in this staff report that I'm jumping around here, I'm on to about page 8. So I talked about the issues with the Surplus Land Act. In our negotiations, what we were negotiating was an amended land use development agreement. So the land use development agreement was called the LDA. The amended agreement was the A for amended ALDA. That discussion occurred, and in fact, the last Friday of December was we actually completed all of the terms about 2 days before. There were some last minute things. So we pushed the whole month to try and get this thing put together. And as I said, concurrently, we were negotiating with the citizens. There was an exhibit that was created, which is Exhibit C2. C2 is in the agreement, but we've also attached it to the staff report so that it'll stand out and be easier to find and read. We actually went through 12 different versions of that exhibit. We went through more versions of the exhibit than we did the agreement itself. Sadly, at the very end, we had a bit of an execution dispute. Obviously the mayor signs city contracts. About 2 days before this, I got an email from the mayor saying that he was on vacation, and it showed a snow-bound house. There was social media confirming that he was there, and that is attached. We found out on the day before we were intending to close that because of the holiday, the title company was closing early. They needed all the documents instead of Friday morning. They needed them Thursday afternoon, and I needed the signature witnessed. So we quickly made an arrangement with. We were able to get the vice mayor on his day off, the city clerk to come in, execute the documents at about 1:30, got them over to title and got it. So they had all the documents. Of course, they didn't close till Friday. And then I sent out an email sort of saying to the council, you know, it looks like we did it. And former Mayor Butt responded saying, He was supposed to sign it. And I said, well, you were out of town. I have this email. And he says, I'm available to sign. So I tried to make two arrangements for him to go ahead and sign. One was to sign the next day I actually had this conversation with him. He got the email Thursday night. I had the conversation with him on Friday. And I said, look, I've got the documents. I can get a new set of documents over to City Hall. You can sign them this afternoon. He basically rejected that option. I said, well, then how about 10 o'clock on Saturday? And he said he could sign on Saturday. So I arranged for the city clerk and the assistant city manager to come in and get it signed Saturday morning. And the clerk tried to call, he didn't show up. The clerk tried to call him. And so he didn't, the two opportunities that were provided, he didn't sign. So we went with what we had. He now has, through Daniel Butt, he has sued us on the basis that the document should have been signed by the mayor and was not, and therefore it's not a valid contract. So that's one lawsuit that's hanging out there. Another issue that was not fully resolved is that the developer did not clear all of the title issues. We removed the requirement that all of the titles issues had to be resolved. The developer insisted that he get a 75-day period window to pull out of the transaction. And we at that point said, well, you know what? We think the citizens need another hearing on this. So if you want 75 days, we'll take 75 days. You can cancel for title issues. We can cancel for any reason that comes out of this hearing. So that provision is in the agreement. On the purchase, these other matters pretty much follow what was in the resolution, what we've talked about. On the purchase price, there's $500,000 that was paid back several years ago. There's another $500,000 deposit that occurred when we closed on December 30th. The purchase price originally was $10.5 million. So the rest of the purchase price is paid over time as the developer gets his approvals, because right now the developer doesn't know what project he can build. So he's paid us this money. He owns the property. We can take it back, and the developer does not have a project approval. So he's got to go through the entitlements. For the payment of the rest of the purchase price, we have deeds of trust and security. The purchase price is secured by the land. If the developer doesn't pay it, obviously we get the land back. The notes bear interest at 4%. The time periods that are picked are basically, we get $2 million when the first residential building permit, we get $2 million after we get $4 million plus the $250,000 when all the entitlements are issued. The $250,000 is a transfer payment that was to be paid. So the first event occurs is he gets the entitlements, we get paid money, then there's the issuance of the first building permit, then there's the issuance of the 50th building permit, and by that point in time, we've been paid the original purchase price. But another thing we built in is that there's a presumed return the developer gets on this project. If the sales price on the houses goes up higher than was expected, the city has a bonus return, and that could be as much as another $5 million. So built into the agreement is a potential of a 50% increase in the price if the developer's return is basically more than was projected. We get a 15% enhancement up to a maximum of $5 million. And that is also secured by a note. In essence, we get paid a portion of that based upon the sales price of each unit, and it gets adjusted at the end as the security goes down. I covered the transfer taxes. The right to reverter, there is this first 75 day period. There are other periods, but the other periods do not entail the return of the purchase price or a portion of the purchase price. Those deeds of trust are triggered by triggering events, which are the developer fails to obtain the entitlements by the entitlement outside date, the developer fails to commence construction pursuant to the schedule of performance, the developer ceases construction for more than 180 days. So they basically abandon the project. And so when these things occur, the notes are triggered. There also was a clause for reimbursement of attorney's fees, and actually we spent $85,000 in the 6-week period, and that has been reimbursed to the city. Now, the last part of this I want to focus on is the dialogue with the citizens group and what are the essential elements of this exhibit that is added to the agreement. And the exhibit, as I said earlier, it's attached to staff report. It's or C2. One of the first issues was the Brickyard Cove Road. The original understanding when the Brickyard area started being developed, the access was through the ferry tunnel. And it was understood, and so since there was not two-way access, a portion of the roadway was left as privately owned. The understanding was when the roadway was extended and connected up over to Canal, that the city would take the roadway back. So that connection was made a number of years ago, and for whatever reason, I wasn't around. I've never found out the reason. The city did not accept the dedication. So there's an offer to dedicate, it's not accepted, it's still private roadway. And one of the things that the community indicated was very important was that they're not happy being responsible long-term for the roadway. And they also know that when the projects are built, there's going to be a lot of extra traffic, truck traffic, and that truck traffic is going to be destructive to the roadway. In the city engineer has considered the situation and believes that the current roadway does not meet our conditions. It's not a 20-year-old roadway now. It's a much older roadway. The city engineer believes that we may find some conditions underlying the roadway that may require a more substantial reconstruction. The city engineer has made a very preliminary estimate that this construction could be $600,000 to $700,000. In light of this information, the city's feeling was that we would appreciate a contribution by the homeowners, but given what the developer projects would probably do out there, developers need to pay significant costs. The developers, and so in this exhibit, we basically said the developer has to pay 100% of the rehab of the roadway adjacent to their project. They have to pay all their traffic impact fees. We believe that it's over $280,000 for Terminal 1. They have to repair all improvements damaged by their construction activity, and they have to participate in an integrated program for the whole roadway based upon fair share principles. In other words, if the truck traffic is not just going to run on the private part, it's going to run on the whole roadway. And this damage that could be done could be extensive beyond the sections that are just adjacent to, or are just the private sections. So we not only, we also, in the process of this discussion with the citizens group said on behalf of the homeowner associations collectively, they could pay up to $250, but they wanted that cap to be in this agreement. They wanted the council to agree that the council could live with that cap. So that's written into here. I went through these terms with the developer. They committed to it, but there's one other important aspect to it. The homeowners naturally say, well, when is this going to happen? We've basically said, you know, it is contingent on this developer funding. If the developer is supposed to do it once we close, we'll give the developer 5 years. The 5 years was because the city engineer said, you know, if we had to do it ourselves over 5 years, we should be able to build up enough money to pay for it. So we put in a 5-year deadline for us, the city. So we prefer the developer to do it, but the city will stand in line to get this done. And there's a 5-year window on it. On the maintenance expenses, the HOAs are responsible for the landscape adjacent to their property, but the city has the remainder maintenance responsibilities, including for the roadway, the sidewalks, the infrastructure underneath. So that's those are all the park. The homeowners did not want to somehow have a secret something or other where the HOAs had to maintain the park that was going to get built. So we put a provision in. Nope, that's not, the homeowners would not be charged for that. Also, you know, if there's liability out there, if there's an accident on the private part of the, what was the private part of the roadway from the day that the entitlements occur, so that the city is required to accept the transfer. Anything that goes on out there is the city's liability. We're taking that off the HOAs. There was concerns about emergency access. A lot of discussion about that. You know, the developer, that's a general community-wide problem. The developer is going to work with us on that, but it's not solely his problem. The city has to deal with the rail issues and the other access issues, and the city commits to developing an access plan that will benefit all of the HOA projects out there. There's a traffic management plan, that there have to be dust control measures. There has to be a hotline for complaints. The community doesn't want overnight parking on BYC. We said that won't be permitted. The community doesn't want to have the project term into a bunch of short-term rentals. We said we'll put provisions in the CC&Rs to limit that to 25%. There's concern, a lot of concern was raised about the remediation process, and could the developer be trusted to carry out the remediation program in accordance with the remediation plan that exists out there. And so the request was that the developer fund $50,000 so that a environmental consultant could be hired by B-Card, and that consultant would have access to everything that's going on and be able to make suggestions during project construction. Obviously, as I have already said, the project still has to go through the environmental review process and comply with all legal requirements. There was concern about the retaining wall between the yacht club and the project. The developer has been working with the yacht club, but there was a desire that there be a commitment that it be subject to the aesthetics, to the fencing along the property lines, that all costs be paid by the developer. Developer agreed to that. The one issue that was not totally worked out, as far as I knew, to everyone's satisfaction, had to deal with the house siding. I've already said that there's now been the opportunity that that we might shift things around a bit. With the wharf going away, we could reduce the density to a degree. We talked about some things on the 2 and 3 stories. There was a desire for in the central area where you are dealing with 3rd stories. The 3rd story should be smaller in area than the 2nd story to sort of create more window between the units. The developer agreed to this, but around the perimeter, there was a plan showing where the 2 and 3 stories are. And the citizens group wanted more 2 stories. There was a 6-unit difference of opinion between the developer wanted 6 more 3 stories. The citizens group wanted 6 less 3-story units. You know, that ended up being like 5,000 square feet. But by the time we got, after 30 days, we finally got to an issue nobody wanted to compromise on. So that's an issue that will have to ultimately be worked out by the planning commission, the city council. The developer is not guaranteed this site plan. He has to go through the entitlement process, and the planning, everybody has the chance to change it, reject it, throw it out. There's a difference of opinion at this moment concerning that issue, and it's going to get discussed in the future. I did talk about the litigation threat. I told you that we have been sued over the execution of the document. There also was a Brown Act complaint by a group I'm going to call the B Card or the Lewis Group. They has complained about the process on November 22. I don't blame, as I thought the whole thing over, it seemed to me that I could defend what happened, but it was not a good, transparent situation. It was very hurried. I think there was a good reason for it, but our working out of that was to create this meeting and the opportunity for more input by everybody. And you know, this could be continued. We have 75. Well, we probably have half of our 75 days left to keep working on this. I love talking to the citizens. Nothing would make me happier than to have more meetings and more discussion, trying to refine it. But everybody needs to know the real refinement has to come with the Planning Commission and the DRB. That's where all that really needs to get worked out. There's also a Brown Act claim by Daniel Butt on behalf of citizens. I am hoping that the B Card group decides this hearing is sufficient to not engage in litigation on this, and I'm hoping that Daniel Butt comes to the same conclusion on these claims. All I have right now is correspondence. And I would say, now that I'm the city attorney, I'm aware, like in the last 5 years, the city has spent $23 million on litigation. Everybody knows the difficult circumstances, financial circumstances. It would be really a sweet thing if we had that $23 million back to spend on the kinds of things that this community faces. In any event, the bottom line of this is that the basic choice is to to affirm the agreement, suggest changes that we have 30 days more to see if we can sort out, or to find that this developer is not trustworthy, the project doesn't really do what we want, and the city would rather take its chances with the Surplus Land Act and develop an affordable housing project on the site. Those are the three choices. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. But before we go on to questions, I want to take my executive privilege as mayor to continue Q1, the budget presentation. We have 17 people who are waiting to present, and I believe this item is going to last quite a long time. So I would like to save the city money by letting these 17 people take the evening off and do the presentation at the next meeting. Although I am holding my staff hostage, so at the end, my staff will do their presentation. So do we have questions? Okay, I saw Claudia raise her hand, but I'm going to go with the electronic hands. Cesar? Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you. I was trying to figure out which hand to raise as well. A couple of items. I want to, without making a motion yet, but I want to make sure that we're taking into consideration some of the comments that have been received over email. Thank you, Ms. Christian, for sending those over from the community. Also in my meetings with the various different groups, community groups in regards to this project. They are very concerned about emergency exits. As we're going to continue building more into that area, we want to make sure that we are taking that into account. There was something that was supposed to be built, a process many years ago. For some reason or another, that got lost in the process. And I want to make sure that we bring it back. Accountability and also part of trust is going to be very big in making sure that we have the best project going forward. Along with that, and more on accountability and trust, is taking over that Brickyard Cove Road, making sure that we hear the community there. They are willing to give us $250,000 to take that road over. And I'm sure Mr. Chavarria could use that to help fix streets somewhere else or help figure out some other infrastructure projects. And they're willing to give us landscaping. So I don't know of any other group that's willing to give us $250,000 to take what we were supposed to take over 18 years ago. And they're making it even sweeter by giving us the thumbs up that they will be maintaining the landscaping. Again, I think Mr. Chavarria and Public Works and the Parks Department would appreciate that they won't have to maintain those areas. And continue listening to the public comments to see what else the community is looking for this project. I think the community wants the best project for the people that live there and for all of Richmond. This could potentially bring in some good revenue to the city, but it's very important that we listen to the community. Again, I think that if we negotiate further with the community, we bring them into the conversation further, and we really listen to some of the items, especially those items that we were supposed to take care of 18 years ago, or some of them even farther than that. So thank you for that. I didn't necessarily have a comment or a question, but I just want to make sure that my fellow council members knew from the meetings that I've had with the various community members, they've raised these over and over from different groups. And while some of the individuals for Ricard and Public and the Point Richmond Neighborhood Council may at times have only a handful of people show up, trust me, I have met with many more people than 5 people, and they all have the same concerns. So I think those individuals speak for a large portion of that community. So making sure that we don't just discount those 5 people and all the work that they've done. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will wait to hear from my fellow council members and also from the rest of the public that's here to speak. Thank you.
Councilmember McLaughlin, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Hey, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. So my question to the city attorney is this. So just for clarity for us all and for the public, if we rescind this project or this sale tonight, and we do have that option, do we have to present a reason? And we could, of course, if we choose to do that. I mean, if we choose to rescind it, we certainly could share reasons why, but do we have to do that? And secondly, then the Surplus Land Act kicks in. However, and this is another question, the Surplus Land Act only kicks in if we choose to sell it right away again. So let's say we're going to hold on to it for a while, maybe try and get some grant money to do the contamination cleanup. Is that an okay thing? And in the future, we seek out an affordable, through the state's list, an affordable housing developer?
Well, first of all, in terms of the reasons, it's not something where there were particular findings that were required, that you have to make any findings.
Yeah.
So I think your reasons are fairly broad. I mean, I don't think you're legally required to have a reason. But I think there obviously would be some dialogue in the process of doing that. If that's a good question about when we have to go forward with the Surplus Land Act, because in order to qualify for the exemption on the grandfather clause, we had to determine, first of all, that it was surplus property, and then second of all, that it was exempt because of the grandfather clause. So the November 22 resolution made both of those determinations. And the state gave us, we submitted it on our 30 days. The state gave us a letter saying that they find that it was exempt property, but it is exempt as long as we sell it by the 30th. So, how long would we have to submit it and go through that process? I mean, it's not like I think anybody's going to be coming after you the next week, but it is, we have determined it to be surplus property. The council has made that determination on the 22nd.
Okay, but certainly if a project is declared surplus land and the city isn't ready yet to sell it. I mean, I read the Surplus Land Act, at least parts of it, and it does say it kicks in when the city wants to sell it. So I realize what you're saying, that we already declared it surplus land so we could get the exemption. But I guess that we would have to find out from the state if we had to sell it right away. I mean, the city might have other priorities that it's dealing with.
Yeah, because certainly, I mean, if we got 8 people to propose on it, then we have to process it. And I think the planning department's pretty occupied already. So,
yeah.
So I haven't actually laid out a schedule, but I don't think we can jump through some hoop and determine, it's not really surplus. We kind of started down that road.
Because the concern is that we have we definitely have this contamination that needs to be cleaned up. We have other aspects of cost associated with this project that an affordable housing developer may not have the capacity to provide. So, I mean, we could go through that process and find that out. But it just seems like I thought I'd ask the question if we could hold off on it. So,
Yeah, I'm not saying, like I say, I don't think you have to go out the day after and submit an application, but I don't think you can sit on it for a year either. So it's something in between.
okay, and I will have some other questions after we hear the applicants 8 minutes, and if the opponent has a 8-minute, or one of the main opponents have I don't know if it's an opponent or someone who's, you know, has still some issues with the project, gives their 8 minutes, and then of course we hear from the public at large that they each get 3 minutes, as I understand, or as I recall. So I guess I will hold off on and give other people a chance to talk for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Bonner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I would like to follow the questions posed by Vice Mayor McLaughlin. It's my understanding that we were in a rush to sign the agreement with this developer, because if we delayed it, then we would have to choose from the 500 developers listed by the state. Is that correct?
Well, we were in a rush because if we didn't close the transaction, we would go through the surplus land process. The surplus land process, however, we submit the property, and then the 500 developers, whoever wants can apply. And then if 5 of them talk to us, we have to talk to all 5, and we can select one of the 5. If it's 10, we have to talk to all 10. If it's
I understand. That's all I needed to know. Thank you very much. In the interest of time, I would consider that an opportunity, and I'm curious why we didn't welcome that opportunity to have more developers. We could have had a Black-owned develop business come in, or minority-owned or women-owned. Aside from that fact, financially, we could have had better opportunities. We never looked into any of them, and I don't understand why. I would like to know, you don't have to answer me right now in the interest of time and for the benefit of all the people who want to talk. You can answer me later after they speak, but there are many questions like, what is the price tag associated with those lawsuits? I mean, is it, you can hand wave them and say not important, or do they have a case how much they're going to cost for us? Couldn't Mayor, ex-Mayor Butt have signed through a notary? Did he have to be present here? Is our excuse good enough that he wasn't in town? So there are many other questions, but I would like to actually talk to my fellow council members at this time. Mayor Martinez, while I'm really thanking the city attorney to do his best in good faith to try to bring the whole situation into a conclusion, are we on the right path? I, as a realtor, if it was a property I was selling to someone while it was pending and I had 75 days, I would proactively look for other buyers to see what my real options are. We're not doing any of that. I mean, most of the time is gone and we're deciding, should we are ill-informed. We are ill-equipped, I believe. We need to have more options open. This is a great business opportunity for the city and for some developer. We were stuck with one. We closed the opportunity of many other developers. I mean, aside from the fact of all the details, like I think we must have a park, that's an issue of equity for the rest of people of Richmond to have access to that beautiful pathway. aside from all those details, parking and everything you're trying to address, and I really appreciate it, we need to find out what scale of opportunity we're talking about. Is it a good? We haven't compared it to anyone and anything. The problem is that the city does not have any business person to reach out even casually, if not formally, there is no time. I mean, we have a few weeks. Informally and casually to other developers. How much is it going to cost? I, as a city council member, have not seen any pro forma yet for any of them. I haven't seen any numbers. I saw text. We need to see those. So I don't think if we are ready to make a decision tonight, definitely not. I would like to hear the residents to see what they say, pro and con arguments, but I strongly believe we should actively reach out, find out all the options we have, compare them, and I do not expect our city attorney to do that. City attorney is not a businessman. We as a council need to work proactively. I mean, we have the fiduciary duty to people of Richmond to do their best, get them the most out of this deal. It's a precious piece of land, even though contaminated. Maybe as Vice Mayor McLaughlin said, we could get grants to remediate the situation, whatever. So I make it short, but I think it's a long story and we are not ready to do it tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So are there any other questions from the council?
If I could just make one comment to that, Mr. Mayor.
Sure, go ahead.
The thing was, the city went through a process 14 years ago, selected this developer. If you were going to do a deal and know what the deal looked like with this developer, this was your only chance to do it. We didn't say you shouldn't go through that process, but this was the only way to find out what your deal looked like with the guy who had been there, 8 years. And so that's why we worked to put it together. You can see what it is. And if you feel the way you do, there's a lot of other things you can check out, no doubt. But your first question was, why did we decide to do it with this guy? Because of the Surplus Land Act provisions. If you were going to do a deal with him, we had to concentrate and show you what it was. If you want to go do something else, you have the opportunity to do that.
But Dave, with all due respect, we wouldn't have lost the opportunity of surplus land. We just had to expose it to more developers, which is not a bad idea.
But you had to close with somebody by December 30th. So the only person that you could close a deal with by December 30th was the guy that was as far as he was. And it was a miracle to be able to close with him.
I'm sorry, are you saying that if we don't close with him, we cannot sell the property to any other?
No, you can still go close. You can.
Excuse me,
Okay, sorry.
this is not the time to debate. It's the time to ask questions. So if there are no more questions, then I will open the public hearing.
We have a proponent or someone to speak in opposition for 8 minutes.
Yes,
Right.
Paul Menzies. I would like to, I don't think I can get through my presentation in 8 minutes. I would like to ask if it could be 12 minutes.
It is 8 minutes, but this is quite a project. I want to ask the opposition whether or not the opposition would also like to take 12 minutes.
Yes, we would. Thank you.
Okay, well then I will allow 12 minutes for both sides.
And I will have my phone timer on.
So I have a presentation and I wonder if we could have the first slide, please. Okay. Well, Mayor Martinez, City Council members, city staff, ladies and gentlemen of the public, my name is Paul Menzies. I am CEO of Laconia Development. We are the local representative for Terminal 1 Development LLC, which is owned by Mr. Zen Wu Wu and his partners. Next slide, please. We thank you in advance for your time and attention. We recognize that local governance is no easy job, and we admire everyone who chooses this form of public service. Next, please. In 2014, we submitted an application for entitlements for a 316-unit multifamily condominium project on the Terminal 1 site. Entitlements took 7 years and were finally granted just when the pandemic led to severe reductions in condominium prices, which, combined with other economic factors, made the project not economically viable. Next slide, please. A land economist hired by the city to analyze that condominium project stated that it was tens of millions of dollars underwater and likely to remain so for the foreseeable future. Now, believe me, having come through a grueling 7-year entitlement process, we would have built that condominium project if it had made economic sense. Next slide, please. Single-family homes have always been the preferred housing type, and this was strongly reinforced during and after the pandemic. In early 2020, we prepared a single-family alternative, and we promptly held 2 in-person meetings at the Point Richmond Community Center. Both were well attended. We held a Zoom meeting for those who, because of COVID, did not want to personally attend a meeting, and this was also well attended. Next slide, please. In addition, we did 3 separate informational mailings to all 600 homes in Point Richmond with details of the project and an invitation to call or email us, and some people did so. It's fair to say that people were pleased that the density was reduced from 316 units to 154 units, that the maximum height of the buildings was reduced from 62 feet to about 35 feet, and that in general, the profile of the project would have a much lower profile. Next slide, please. Design of the project has been extensively reviewed by the DRB. We met with then DRB Chair Livingston and other DRB members individually to receive their comments and suggestions. We met with the subcommittee of the DRB on 2 separate occasions. We met with the DRB in study session, which was also a public hearing. We met twice more with the full DRB in meetings that were also public hearings. Next slide, please. In response to input received at all of these meetings, we undertook 6 substantial revisions of the project plans. We accommodated as many of the DRB comments as we could without driving home prices beyond the reach of all but the most wealthy. It's important to note that on October 26th, the DRB members voted unanimously to recommend to the council the key aspects of the project, and we agreed to return to the DRB for additional review of the architecture. Next slide, please. We recently had a cordial meeting with Brian Lewis and his colleagues at VCARD to listen to their concerns. We had a productive meeting with the leaders of the Yacht Club to discuss common boundary issues. And during December, as the city attorney has said, we worked with the city attorney and neighborhood representatives to accommodate neighborhood concerns by agreeing to the following 30 written commitments. Next slide, please. Now, I don't have time to go through each of these, but I just want you to see that there are a lot of them. There are 14 Brickyard Cove Road commitments. Next slide, please. There are more. Next slide, please. More. 14 in all. We also made 16 other project-related commitments. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Another issue which is of primary importance to us is public safety. Truck traffic is an issue. Unimpeded access of the residents to their homes, we know, is a very important issue. Application of government protocols to manage air quality concerns. And an idea has arisen for technological monitoring of trains to give residents an app, actually, and construction traffic to provide knowledge of railroad crossing blockages. This is something we're looking into. Dust monitoring is another issue, and there are several more. Next slide, please. As the city attorney said, we will pay up to $50,000 in fees to hire an environmental consultant to monitor the remediation and report to BCARD, or indeed could report to the whole community. Next slide, please. In December of last year, we worked with the city attorney, as he explained, to craft a transaction to avoid the Terminal 1 site coming under the control of the Surplus Lands Act. The act would have imposed state restrictions on the site and would have dramatically reduced the city's control of the site. At a council hearing on December 6th of last year, the council directed us to go back for further review by the DRB and the Planning Commission and suggested that this be completed in 4 to a 6-month time period, which would be wonderful if it could be. During this entitlement process, the entitlement process to come, all interested members of the public will have every opportunity to give additional input on the project. Next slide, please. At council, let me have a word on the pro forma. At council's request, we made a pro forma publicly available. Our pro forma is 78 pages of complex analysis of comparable sales and the interrelation between costs and revenues. Candidly, we were not enthusiastic about making the pro forma public because we were concerned that uninformed comment would be made, and indeed it has been. In Tom Butt's latest e-forum, Brian Lewis at BCARD suggests sales prices for the Terminal 1 homes, which, using California Department of Real Estate statistics, are 39 to 48% above the average sale prices of the Waterline project and 45 to 54% above the average sales prices of the NOMA project. Next slide, please. In the e-forum, Brian also states that he would like clarification on the wording of 3 specific matters in the amended land disposition agreement. It's important to know that the land disposition agreement allows clarifications to be made through what is called an operating memorandum. And we would be pleased to work with Brian and the city attorney on those clarifications. Next slide, please. Let's look at the benefits the project brings to the city of Richmond. The project will repair all of the very significant seismic and environmental conditions at the site and currently build a public part, all at the cost of approximately $21 million. It's not just the environmental contamination. There is also a significant seismic problem at the site, which in a seismic event, earthquake, could cause the whole site to slough down the bedrock towards the bay. The second benefit is a new vibrant community will be built on the site, vibrant residential community. Public access can be restored to this section of the Point Richmond shoreline, which is now fenced off and has been for 20 plus years and subject to 24/7, 365 security because it is hazardous to public health and safety. Next slide, please. The project will also enable payment of approximately $16 million in revenues to the city, payment of approximately $3 million in ongoing annual property tax, from which the city will receive its mandated share, and the economic consultant determined that project-related revenues to the city's general fund will exceed costs to the city by $400,000 a year. The project will also provide support for adjacent property values and the reputation of the city of Richmond by cleaning up the environmental hazards and mitigating the seismic risk of the site sliding, as I said, down the bedrock slope towards the bay. Next slide, please. This evening's meeting, as the city attorney pointed out, is simply to confirm the transaction which the council previously authorized, or cancel the transaction, return to us our $500,000 payment, subject the property to the Surplus Land Act, and cause the city to incur near-term costs of $2 to $3 million to complete the environmental cleanup at the site. The Regional Water Quality Control Board is getting impatient that it hasn't been done. Pay $1 to $2 million to remove the lead paint contaminated warehouse, and continue paying $20,000 a month for security at the site on an ongoing basis. Next slide, please. Conclusion. We respectfully ask that you confirm the transaction and release the project to go through the entitlement process. Thank you, everybody, for your attention, and we are ready, of course, to answer any questions.
Thank you. It's now time for the other side to make their presentation.
Mr. Mayor, just a quick question, point
Yes.
of order question.
Mhm.
So I know we want to hear from both sides, and we also want to hear the individual public speakers. When would be an appropriate time to ask questions to the developer, to the applicant, or to the opposition? I think it's happened at different times, throughout the years. So I don't know if you want to clarify that.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Actually, I think having heard the presentation, it's probably best to ask questions now while it's fresh in our mind, and then we can ask questions of the Bicard after they make their presentations.
Okay.
So
I do have a question if I'm
yes, go ahead.
called on. Okay. So my question is to Mr. Menzies. So the issue of sea level rise is a really, really important issue should be to all of us, of course. And it's been clearly stated in recent years, especially, that the sea level rise predictions have increased. I know when this project first came in 2014, the issue of sea level rise came up, but here we are 2023, and a lot of new information has come forward, so that the focus on sea level rise is more significant than ever. And so I realized back in 2014, you had presented some ideas for mitigation. Have you thought through? I mean, this project is even closer to the water than the original project was, because there is no shoreline drive here. You have eliminated that. So can you tell me what you are going to propose, what you have determined to propose, or where your thinking is going in terms of mitigations?
Councilmember McLaughlin, we are particularly concerned about that, as everybody else is throughout the world, indeed. We have been advised about how to handle this issue, and we have a series of protocols which, if you have time for it now, we can go into, or we could just assure you that we have them and give information about them to everybody at a later date.
Okay, I think that the later date, rather than going into all the details, but I do want to share that I think it's extremely worrisome to many of us. I'm speaking for myself right now, but I know there are many, many others, to have housing so close to the water when sea level rise is, rising, and the predictions are getting higher and higher. I mean, we already have some shoreline projects that we are going to have to deal with as sea level rise. I'm not sure you know, I'm listening to everything, but I'm not sure it's wise to move forward with another project that is this close to the water in this day and age. So
Perhaps we can make you comfortable with it when we provide all the information to everybody.
okay, thank you for your answer.
Are there any other questions? Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. Are we going to see any actual pro forma numbers on this project?
There is a pro forma that was put together some time ago, Councilwoman Bonner. It's out in the public. The city attorney has it, and I'm sure we could send it to you directly, or the city attorney could provide it.
I would appreciate your sending it to me. And I have one question out of my ignorance. Has financial qualifications of the developer been verified by the city? By who? I'm new to the city council, hence the
Sure,
question.
I understand. This developer has been working with this project for 9 years. And during that time, there has been a tremendous amount of money that has had to be paid for various things. It's in the millions of dollars, and yet there still is no project. So this has been asked before, and our position is that the developer has proved himself over and over again by payment of everything that's been asked of him, again, in the millions of dollars.
I didn't ask if they paid so far or not. You know, I'm a realtor on the side. When I have a property for sale, I need proof of cash funds to before we go through it. Has this been done in this deal?
Well, I think the greatest proof of cash is the fact that he's funded millions of dollars.
So it hasn't been provided to the city.
I don't know what the city has done.
I'm sorry, could at some point you provide it to the city, please? I would like to see it.
We'll discuss it with the developer.
Yeah, financial qualifications are important in any transaction. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, then we will move on to the other presentation. Brian, Mr. Lewis.
Yes, Sue, could you load my presentation, please? I'll start to talk. I am Brian Lewis, representing the Brickyard Cove Alliance for Responsible Development, B-Card. We've been working with the city attorney, Dave Alishire, and thank you, Dave, for setting up this meeting tonight. When it comes, for the last 6 weeks, we've been working with him, and we've made progress on a variety of issues, and it's been very meaningful progress. When it comes down to the final analysis, B-Card is asking the city council to reject the current plan. Despite our efforts, we are not confident the developer is willing to make changes that would enhance the quality and livability of this development if to be so would be negatively impact his bottom line. When this revised project was initially proposed, B-Card felt positive about the change to single-family homes, but when we got in access to it, we immediately felt that the design was flawed. We were not the only people that felt flawed. The Planning Commission felt that this new project was not superior to the original project, which I'm showing on the screen. We have very little confidence that the current design will be improved by the developer to the point where it will citizens. Council Member Zepeda has talked about the Resolution 129-08. It was related to the Honda Port Authority. It's related to trains and emergency access for vehicles, emergency vehicles. We're asking that before anything is approved within the Cove, that this resolution be addressed. It was from 2008. How do we get to this decision? Originally, the plan was, how do we get to this decision that we aren't supporting the current proposal? If you look at the original plan, you'll see that there are view corridors down through the center of the facility. There are, it's more open space. The buildings along the, to the south are 2 stories. There is a shoreline drive that's built up to help as a buffer to sea level rise. There is the Bay Trail. That's about 30 feet of a levee around the site. There is, when you divide the road thickness and the Bay Trail, this project had no junior ADUs. The shoreline overlay district is maintained. There's no construction within 100 feet. Cars are largely de-emphasized. The parking, the cars are not visible to, cars are not visible. There's more of a connection with the Bay Trail with this project and the outdoors with its openness. And also already entitlements have been issued. Next slide, please. This is the new project that's being proposed. What you'll first see is how dense it is and how close everything is. The buildings, the homes are within 6 feet apart from one another. There is no view corridors to speak of. There's less open space. It lacks it has an impact on the shoreline overlay district. They are building within the 100-foot setback. The houses are tightly packed in, and when you're inside the interior, you're looking at homes built that are hemmed in. There's a massing as you go up taller, rather than getting narrower and perhaps not as massing. They actually go straight up. There's a homogenized, mass-produced overall look. Does not embrace the bay setting, and it doesn't bring the residents out to the Bay Trail and shoreline. There's very limited bay views. This project requires for this sea level rise an import of over 43,500 cubic feet, which translates to roughly 4,000 trucks coming in, 4,000 trucks going out. We were initially, as I said earlier, positive about this project, but we actually feel that the design is flawed. Regarding the wharf, the park, we would love to have a park. It just has to be paid for, and there seems to be some uncertainty who is going to pay for it. We think the HOA and the developer should pay for it, but anyway, that needs to be worked out. So next slide, please. Here is an example of some of the construction, what some of the townhouses would look like. Now it says 28 feet, but you have to add 5 feet to the 28 feet. So it's really going to be 33 feet. Next slide, please. Here is some 3-story townhouses at 35 feet. Next slide. And when you add the roof deck, it becomes 42 feet. When you add the 5 feet of fill, you're talking about 47 feet, almost 50 feet tall buildings. Next slide. So we talked about sea level rise, and I just want to show you that all the trucks that have to come in here and the cubic feet of fill to bring it up over 5 feet. This is the Bay Conservation Development Commission requirement. And the bottom slide is from the developer, and it really shows how close the Bay Trail is to the homes. I think it's a 10-foot setback from the rear property, and then the Bay Trail. And some of these houses are 3 stories tall that are along here. This depicts a 2-story building, but with the massing along the eastern shore, the eastern border of the property, we're asking to have that reduced to 2 stories to provide more views for the interior properties. Next slide. So this is what we asked in the ovals, that all these buildings are 2 stories. If it's a tan color building, much like the ones in the southern part, those are tan colored buildings, are all 2 stories. There are 6 pink houses that we're asking to be reduced to 2 stories, which translates to roughly 5,000 square feet loss, but it could be made up on other locations or properties within the development. And I think my final slide. Next slide, please. So we're asking you to reject the current plan and to implement the resolution 129-08 before any projects are approved in the Cove. We are asking that the attachment that we worked so hard on with the developer and city attorney during the holidays, that would continue for any project that goes here. We have 2 issues with the C2 project, and really one issue primarily is about the house siting criteria and the perimeter structures that we're asking to be limited. And if the council, would limit it to two stories because of the massing. We're trying to maximize going forward open space, maximize sight lines, fewer interior streets. There should be more architectural diversity. And with that, and finally, you're asking the city needs to accept the dedication of the road. And with that, Steve Chamberlain will talk more about the road.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, City Council members, and staff. My name is Steve Chamberlain. I'm a 28-year resident of the City of Richmond. I am a member of the board of the Brickyard Cove Homeowners Association number 1 and speak for that organization and on behalf of the 4 other Brickyard Cove community organizations and commercial property that include Brickyard Landing, Seacliff, Brickyard Cove Homeowners Association number 2, and the Boardwalk Marina. That community comprises a total of 561 dwellings, 106,000 square feet of commercial buildings, and 285 boat slips, comprising all of the properties legally and financially tied to the road. My request is that council take the road by September 2023, regardless of whether this proposed project is approved or reverts to the city. Subdivision 3520, which created Brickyard Cove Road, was approved in 1968 by the City of Richmond and offered Brickyard Cove Road for dedication in response to the demand by the city. The subdivision agreement deferred the acceptance of Brickyard Cove Road until the connection of Dorman Drive and Canal Boulevard, which occurred in 2005 with the completion of Seacliff Drive, a dedicated and accepted public road. In 1970, Brickyard Cove Road was completed in accordance with the plans and specifications approved by the Department of Public Works and inspected by that department. Following approval of construction, the city released the developer's bonds, securing the performance of the work and totaling $250,000. In 2004, before Seacliff Drive was constructed, Brickyard Cove Road was a dead-end road in excellent condition, serving less than 400 dwellings and the marina. It became a through road, providing access to the regional park and the Richmond Yacht Club, the only route for heavy trucks to our community. The proposed ALDA requires our community to contribute $250,000 of our share of any cost of repaving Brickyard Cove Road. We are collectively prepared to fund that upon acceptance of the road. There is absolutely no reason to continue to hold our community hostage for proposed projects that will bring thousands of truckloads of fill over Brickyard Cove Road. Please amend the ALDA to have the dedication accepted by September 23 if you proceed with this project. It is time for the Brickyard Cove Road to be owned, managed, and maintained by the city. Thank you.
And we're available for any questions. Hearing none, Mayor Martinez, we'll turn it back to you.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Cepeda had his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, no worries. Thank you both for your presentation. I just wanted to confirm, would you mind bringing up your presentation again, the slide with the pink houses? I don't know what
Yes.
slide number that is.
Sue, could you help with that? And it's the second, farther down a little bit, farther down. That's the one with the ovals and the farther, right there.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. I just want to make sure that I heard you correctly. Oh, there we go. This one here. So there's a question about if we were to, if the project was to eliminate the 3 stories from this section here, that there will be about 5,000 square feet or so removed from the project. But if I heard you correctly, you mentioned that they can move those around to other places. The goal being not blocking the view, but maybe potentially moving them from the right-hand side to, for example, the left-hand side.
Yeah, I think with community input, working with the developer, we could, have ideas where to put those. There might be, ideally, would be interior project where there's currently some 2-story homes. If it's a tan, if you look at the 3rd row up from the bottom, there's 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tan houses. Those could be converted to taller to keep the perimeter lower.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that I heard you correctly and that you can move them around and potentially not getting, not removing that 5,000 square feet or so that was mentioned earlier.
Correct.
So it could still be there, but it sounds like you're flexible on where that might be as a topic. So I just want to make sure that I could confirm that.
Yeah,
thank you so much. That's it for now. Thank you.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Yes, so in the spirit of keeping all options open here, if now the other project, as you remember, Brian, was had the Shoreline Drive, and it also, I think the community at one time also wanted to keep Brickyard Cove, but since now this project only has Brickyard Cove, it occurred to me that perhaps the whole project, and this is something for the developer as well. I didn't share this question with him, but it's a question in general. If the whole project was pushed back, in other words, Brickyard Cove Road became just was abandoned by the city, and it was, I guess, ground or whatever, somehow turned into fill or land other than asphalt, and the project was pushed back against the hill, not unlike Brickyard Landing is. It would provide, we could reinstate the Shoreline Drive. Obviously a drive needs to be there, and it would push the project back and not so much along the water's edge. And so if that was one of the things that the developer agreed to, along with other concerns that the community has, that, council members Cepeda just discussed, would something like that be amenable to the community?
I think it would be. We think that moving it closer to the hill for the reasons you said makes sense. We've heard this proposal discussed, and for some reason it was not pursued. It could have been due to title of the property, the railroad property, and so forth. But I'll let others address why it didn't go forward.
Mm-hmm. Okay, just thought I would put that out there.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Bonner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have a very simple suggestion that I hope you don't consider it very wild. And just looking at the area, it would make a lot of sense following Vice Mayor McLaughlin's ideas. If we push it further back on the top of the hill and swap lands with East Bay Regional Parks, so the front part becomes a park, and there would be no need for bringing dirt, thousands and thousands of trucks of dirt. It would be higher elevation. It would be a lot more practical. So I wonder if that would be a possibility. We can at least negotiate with East Bay Regional Parks. No property ownership is written in stone. Maybe we can work with.
That's what I consider thinking outside the box. There have been a lot of different considerations. I had a conversation with David Livingston, who suggested taking the top off of that and using that for landfill. Has that been discussed with any of you?
Mayor, Mr. Mayor, Paul Manzi
Yes.
here. Yes, Jonathan has discussed that idea and we're looking at it. I can also provide some answers to the prior questions if you give me a minute. The idea of moving the project back towards the bluff and building Shoreline Drive without Brickyard Cove Road there at all was very controversial in the beginning. Some people loved the idea and other people didn't. The feeling was that right now you can go along Brickyard Cove Road, you can go to any destination you want and be there quickly. If you were in a hurry to get to work, as one person said, this is going back years now, and you had to drive along Shoreline Drive, that was inconvenient. So there was two perspectives on that idea. Not that it's impossible at all, just that there wasn't a clear approval of the idea then.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, if
I have a quick question
Yes,
for
go
Brian,
ahead.
if I may. I just wanted to make sure for the record, the residents' opposition with this plan is not their opposition to any development. It's just to this specific plan.
Correct. We stand for responsible development that accentuates the parcel and for its unique setting. We want to see the site cleaned up. We're involved in overseeing, working with the regional board and with the developer and their consultants on getting the site cleaned up, which we think is a priority. There are discharges to the bay currently going on.
Thank you.
so, there has been conversation about doing away with the park where the warehouses are, and that would free up monies for other things. Has that been part of the conversation between the two parties?
Mr. Mayor, I can comment on that. Yes, that idea was brought forth by various people in the community and others in the city who said that should be looked at. We are in the process of looking at it now. It will require approval from the Army Corps of Engineers. That is no easy thing, we know from experience, and it's not quick. I think it would take at least 2 years to get their approval, but it, I think, can lead to some good results. For example, to repair the wharf is an enormously costly thing, and then to build the park on it is also tremendously costly. So to the extent that that money could be saved, now it would cost, by the way, to demolish the wharf, but there would be a net saving. And our view is that that net saving could then go into the project in the form of lower density. And we understand Brian's comments, by the way, and we don't disagree with him. He has a point of view and it's a perfectly valid one. We have tried to work with everybody And our idea is that we continue working. You know, this is not approving a project tonight. It's merely approving the process of going forward and trying to work out a project with the community.
Okay, so are there other questions of the yes, Councilmember Robinson?
Hi, so this is a question for the community groups for Brian and Steve. So it is a little, you know, coming into this as a new council person, it's hard to manage all the balls that are in the air. And I guess the question that I have for you too is, do you think there is a way forward where the people that you represent would be happy with moving forward with this developer? And if so, what specific bullet points would you absolutely need in order to be happy with this developer?
Well, we have experienced frustration when we met with Mr. Menzies a couple of months ago. He described it as a cordial meeting, which it was, but we got zero, and I mean zero, of the things we asked for. And so we find that you know, the meetings are pleasant, but when it comes time to actually demonstrate willingness to change, we asked for lower buildings, you know, 5,000 square feet. He said no. And so my feeling, I can't, you know, speak for everyone, but my personal opinion is that the developer is looking to maximize his return, which is the typical, makes sense. But in terms of the community benefit, it's always second tier. So I personally find it very difficult, and get aesthetics and height or setback issues addressed, because he has to cram everything in.
So again, I'm just trying to understand if there's any way forward with this developer from your perspective. So if he was to, you know, all of a sudden say, I'm willing to do all the things that you want, what would that list of things be? Yeah, I'm hearing the lower buildings. You know, you don't want those buildings just set back.
We're looking for, you know, view corridors, more open space, no junior ADUs without parking, you know, the shoreline overlay districts maintained. We're looking for, you know, in a sense, the cars not being such a focus. The original plan had paths through and a lot of open space. All these things take away from units, and the developer wants as many units as possible, and they have a profit that they're trying to generate. And you know, so if you look at this, you know, apparently it's about, and Mr. Menzies could correct me, I'm sure he will, it's like $36 million worth of profit that we'll be getting on this project, based on a pretty conservative square footage of, I think it's $542 per square foot. You know, anything that chips away at that profit, and all these things I described would chip away at that. I think there might be, I look at Waterline, which is nearby development, doesn't impose on the shoreline overlay district. In fact, it was designed with that district lined out, and they built out from that. There are things that can be done by another developer. We find that this plan is has no creativity, has no beauty to it. As other people have said, it could be in Modesto or somewhere else in the Central Valley. This is a beautiful setting. It's a crown jewel on the bay, and we would love to see it developed in a similar way that Waterline was developed, in terms of blending in with the community, not emphasizing cars. There's paths, walkways. So that's what we would like to see more of.
Well, perhaps I can offer a different point of view to Brian, since he has invited me to do so. Waterline did not have the requirement to spend $21 million to remediate the site. So what we are doing is trying to find a balance, the sweet spot, as we say, between a great looking project, because if you've seen our website, you've seen we built a lot of beautiful things. It's an article of faith that a beautiful project does better than a plain Jane project. We need to find that sweet spot between that, the beauty, the attractiveness to people who will contemplate buying there, and the fact that it has to make common sense economically. It's not all about profit, although profit is a good American motive, let's face it. This is what drives the economy that we all benefit from. But beyond that, there is a question of financing. You can't bring forth the money, and it takes huge amounts of money to build these projects. You can't bring that forth unless you can show that the project at least has industry standards of return and safety for a construction lender, and safety for whoever contributes the equity. We contribute a substantial portion of it, but a large portion of it comes from institutions. So it's not just simply maximize your profit, it's try to get your profit on this site, which is costing $10 million for the land, but $21 million to remediate it. Try to get the right balance between beauty, attractiveness, and having it be something which is economically viable. That's what we're struggling with. And by the way, any developer who comes into it will struggle with that too.
Right.
Councilman Robinson, could I address the road part of that issue?
Excuse me, I believe the council members have precedence. After Robinson finishes, you can speak.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was wanting to know, because he was one of the speakers for the opposition, just what his perspective was, but then I had one last comment after that, or a question after that.
So the answer to your question, council member, is that our community is kind of collateral damage here. We have a road, which is a private road, which the entire public and everybody going to the park or to the yacht club or to our community comes over the private road. The cost of completely refurbishing the road is not even a rounding error compared to the cost of bringing fill to Terminal 1.
Mm-hmm.
We want to be out of the road business. We are homeowners, not developers. The former Department of Public Works has been singularly unresponsive to all of the conversations we had and all of the submissions that we have done to them. It's time for this game to stop.
Mm-hmm. So you want to see the city take over ownership of that road?
Yes, whether this project goes forward or not.
Yeah. And then if any project happens here, this is just a point of clarity. This $21 million of remediation is going to have to happen no matter what. You know, like if a project is going to happen there because it's contaminated. That's correct. Yes.
It's not 21 million for the remediation. It's 2 to 3 million.
2 to 3 million.
It's the part that's being added, and it's the stabilization of the soil that is being added.
Well, I imagine the stabilization as well, because that is a seismic danger. You don't want to build something on land. We all remember what happened to the marina in the last earthquake. We don't want that to happen.
Homeowners associations, by their charter, are not to get engaged in land use decisions unless that directly affects some part of the homeowners association's facility.
Mm-hmm.
It would be beyond our authority to opine on Terminal 1 or PG&E unless we were directly adjacent and affected by it.
So that's all we're saying. Okay, thank you. It's helpful. Thank you.
Do you have any other questions?
Nope, not right now.
No? Okay. Any other council members? Questions? If not, then I will close the public hearing.
Haven't had speakers yet.
Yeah, you haven't. Speakers.
We haven't had the public speakers yet.
You only had the two.
That's right.
principal
I'm
speakers.
sorry. My apologies.
Yep.
Okay, let's move on to public speakers.
Okay, we currently have 8 hands raised. The names of those speakers are Patricia Tostenson, Michael Lederer, Bruce Byard, Jordan DeStabler, Corinne Knowles, Lisa Johnson, Rick Willis, Sally Tobin, Pam Stello, and Beth Conklin. Patricia, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Patricia, please unmute yourself.
Okay, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I would like to reiterate what Steve Chamberlain said about the road. We really feel like we've been put upon that we have to take care of a road that's open to the public that should have been dedicated to the city many years ago. And now they're telling us that they won't fix a road until Terminal 1 is built. Well, that shouldn't be our problem. That should be the city's problem. And it's unfair to do that to an HOA. And I live in Richmond, by the way. Secondly, I would like to, I'm very concerned about the safety issues with our communities down here in this Brickyard Cove area. We are so affected by the train shutdown from various changing of cars and whatever. And it seems to me that some years ago, the city agreed to open the gate at the commercial center there on the corner of Canal and Cutting. And by opening that gate, we can get around the train. We are not stuck there for 20 minutes. And it's a safety issue when you consider all the people that are going to be living here with the new PG&E development, the new Terminal 1 development, plus all of the homes that are already here that are totally trapped by the train. And it would be so easy to fix. If you can't get the developer to open the gate, then build a road around it, but give us some safety. We can't, ambulances can't get through. People had babies on the highway. It's crazy. Thirdly, related to the Terminal 1 development anymore, the residents of the HOAs close to this are very concerned because of the height of the buildings, the shading that they will create. Keep in mind, these buildings are built on 5 feet of fill with a 6 feet fence, and then on top of that, some of them 45 feet high. And they also haven't really clarified the drainage, whether it's all going to come down on Richmond Yacht Club area. They have no view. It's just a poor design. And I would like to see the homes that are more styled like seaside villages or something that's more appropriate than the housing that's designed that could be built anywhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Michael Lederer. Please unmute yourself, then you may begin.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll be very brief because I think most of the main points have been made. I'm Mike Lederer. I'm a resident of Richmond, living in Brickyard Cove since 2007. I recommend that you reject the project as presently proposed. Residents of Brickyard Cove are eager for responsible development on the Terminal 1 site. The proposal is irresponsible in many ways that you have heard from Brian and we'll hear from others more. In addition to the effect on the residents, it's extremely important that I think it will poorly serve the city of Richmond financially, architecturally, socially, environmentally, and politically. We can do better. Lastly, I would just echo the very important point that whether or not the council chooses to accept the project, I urge you to accept the dedication of the private portion of the Brickyard Cove Road forthwith. And I don't think I need to say any more about why you need to do it. If you do accept the project, I urge you to modify the ALDA to do this no later than the September 2023 that Steve Chamberlain mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Bruce Byard. Bruce, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Mayor Martinez, city councilors, my name is Bruce Byard. I'd like to give Track's perspectives as you consider this Terminal 1 amended land disposition agreement. Both the previously approved 5-story condominium project and the newly proposed 2 to 3-story single-family dwelling project would complete a half-mile Bay Trail loop, providing access to San Francisco Bay where none exists currently. Each project has its pluses and minuses with respect to Bay Trail design, leaving a hybrid of the two projects as an ideal to be considered if you confirm the land sale tonight and set the stage for the subsequent project design improvements sought by the community. The Wharf Park is the stellar design feature of both projects proposed to date. It will provide Richmond residents, especially those residing in this project, opportunities to rest, gather, and recreate, as well as to contemplate the history of the city's first municipal wharf, opened in 1915 to capture the Panama Canal trade. The Wharf Park's stunning bay vistas will be greatly appreciated, especially for residents of the project, where very few homes would have bay views as currently proposed. We recognize that there must be a source of funding for this park. For example, there might be a small landscape and lighting district wherein the city and residents of the Latitude development share the cost of Wharf Park upkeep equitably, as is done so successfully in Marina Bay. Rather than eliminating the Wharf Park entirely, as has been proposed, it might be scaled back in size if necessary to secure adequate funding for maintenance. Note that a larger wharf park would be more affordable for the condominium project to maintain with its 316 dwelling units, rather than the recently proposed design with only 184 units, including the ADUs. Thank you for considering Track's perspectives on the future of Terminal 1 from the standpoint of the Bay Trail and public enjoyment of this especially scenic, historic shoreline. We would like to see this half-mile gap in the Ferry Point loop of the Bay Trail closed through means of an attractive residential development that would be a credit to everybody in Richmond. Thank you for considering our comments. Bye.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jordan DeStabler. Please unmute yourself, then you may begin.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jordan DeStabler. I'm a resident of Richmond. And I'd like to start with during the initial Laconia proposal for the 316 unit development, I was VP of the Point Richmond Neighborhood Council and attended numerous meetings, both in the council and the DRB and elsewhere. And the community ultimately was in pretty unanimous favor for the 316 unit project, despite it being higher densities and higher buildings on podiums. And the second proposal is inferior in all ways. It, as has been stated before, it looks like a piece of Modesto suburbia thrown against the bay. And I think it's atrocious, frankly. And I would prefer higher densities, particularly in light of the fact that there's an acute housing shortage throughout the state of California, and that cities have been mandated to provide housing And if we're lowering the density on this project, it just means we have to build more housing elsewhere. And so why not kill two birds with one stone and actually increase the density, but do it in a way that makes sense, both aesthetically and economically. And I'm concerned about the developer's reluctance to share the initial pro forma. And I would really welcome a comparison with the LEG firm's assessment with that initial pro forma, because I question whether or not they're being entirely truthful about the pro forma aspect of the initial project. And furthermore, in doing background reading, it appears that Mr. Wu, a Chinese national living in a modest suburban home in DC, has a tax lien on his property, which does not induce much confidence in me in terms of his wherewithal to, see this project through. And I would much rather see the project opened up to other developers who might have more creative ideas. And I would also like to I appreciate both council members McLaughlin and Bana for their creative ideas about reciting the project. I think those kind of ideas are welcome and should be explored further. And lastly, Richmond is a port city, and I do not understand why we can't take advantage of this fact and barge infill directly to the site, which would largely eliminate the need of the truck traffic. And I think there's room for a lot of creative thinking here that has yet to be done. And I do not appreciate this project being ramrodded through at this late date. And it really, it's so far off the mark. I really think we should start over here. And thanks very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Karen Knowles. Karen, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
I'm sorry, it's not Karen. Unfortunately, that's the label that's on my Zoom. My name is Thomas Knowles, and Karen and I are 28-year residents of Point Richmond. I want to revisit a couple of the comments that have been made, specifically in the context of why our confidence is not high in this particular developer, and with respect to the concept of the tension that is always existing between the developer and the people who are going to inhabit the project, namely quality of design versus how much is it going to cost and what is the profit going to be for doing it. I understand that, but in my mind, you cannot make the quality, the livability for the residents within this project and around it secondary to the profits. I want to give you a specific financial example. We do now have the pro forma for this particular project. The developer was emphatic in stonewalling the attempts of Mr. Hallershire, and I know that he made them to limit those perimeter houses that you've seen in the ovals on the site plan to 2 stories. He wouldn't do it because it meant losing 5,000 square feet, and that would make it something that he couldn't tolerate. Well, according to the pro forma numbers, first of all, they're using 2,100 square feet as the average size of a home. If you drop 1 story, that makes 700 square feet, and times 6 is 4,200, but we'll use the 5,000 square feet. 5,000 square feet, if you reduce the average square footage to 2,068, that will reduce the total square footage by 5,000 square feet. So that's the number that I used. However, they also have a number for the price, the average price of $542. The reality is, if they raise that price by $10 to $552, they make back all of the so-called loss of 5,000 square feet plus a few dollars. So this is playing with numbers. This project is too important to the city of Richmond. It is too important to the community to be built in a livable, sustainable fashion, and it's far too important to the residents who are going to inhabit it to improve the design, as opposed to sticking with having houses that actually impair the livability because they're a barrier to looking out on this lovely bay for $10. This project can't go forward.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm a 23-year Richmond resident and pro-development, but I oppose this item and recommend you do not adopt this resolution amending the Terminal 1 LDA. When you took your oath of office, you vowed to protect the health, safety, and welfare of those you serve. That is what we are asking you to do tonight. I respectfully ask you to view Terminal 1 through the same lens and principles that you are applying to development elsewhere on our shoreline, specifically Point Melati and the former Zeneca site. Like Point Melati, Terminal 1 is public land. Like Point Melati, all 3 development sites in Brickyard Cove, including Terminal 1, have significant public ingress and egress issues that put the public health and safety at great risk. Like Point Melati, taxpayers should not pay to maintain any infrastructure costs for Terminal 1, including any wharf or park or new small landscaping and lighting district tax that Mr. Byer keeps proposing the HOAs pay. Like the former Zeneca site, Terminal 1 is a toxic site that has never been fully remediated and is subject to similar concerns associated with the rising sea level. However, Terminal 1, the PG&E, and quarry development sites are unique because they fall under Resolution 129-08 and the CEQA findings of fact for the Honda Port of Entry project, which required an emergency response plan. This project and resolution were approved in November of 2008, and all requirements should have been in place before Honda Port operations could be fully permitted and operational. Unfortunately, the city is in serious violation of this resolution, the final EIR, and the MMRP. Per that resolution, the Port of Richmond and auto warehousing were to implement operational procedures that minimize blockages at off-grade crossings between the port and Richmond Yard. 5 requirements were clearly documented, and the Port of Richmond and auto warehousing were to prepare and implement an emergency response plan that addresses continuous emergency access to all properties, potentially blocked by train crossings or switching operations. Sadly, 15 years later, none of those have happened. Why? Our lives matter. Our homes and our businesses matter. A vote to continue to move forward with any of these 3 developments at this time would be irresponsible and, quite honestly, equates to knowingly and willingly putting the lives of more than 1,000 new residents and workers in jeopardy until an adequate emergency response plan is fully implemented. Lastly, Brickyard Cove Road should be a separate discussion from any development since the city was obligated to take it over 18 years ago. Please honor agreements and dedicate the road by this September. I'll close as I began. You swore to protect the health, safety, and welfare of those you serve, including the residents, young students, and workers who are illegally trapped by trains on a near daily basis, and who are asking you to please hear our concerns and uphold the laws the city is legally obliged to implement. Right now, there is a lack of trust because the city is 15 years late on protecting us and 18 years late on dedicating the road. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker is Rick Willis. Rick, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you. I am Rick Willis. I'm a Richmond resident. I am the board president for the Seacliff HOA. As such, I have to start by thanking the city council and the staff for all of the support and cooperation we have gotten from you in the last month as a result of the landslide. I know that Mayor Martinez has been by to inspect the condition of the hillside. I know that Council Member Zepeda has done the same. I got to meet the city manager on the night that the landslide was discovered, and it has been a very satisfying experience for us in a very difficult time. With that out of the way, I only want to say that we at the HOA support everything that Steve Chamberlain has shared with you. Whatever you decide to do with this development project tonight or at any time in the near future, we ask that you take immediate steps to accept the dedication of Brickyard Cove Road and remove the obligation from the HOAs and the marina that right now are in the business of having to maintain a public road. The September timeline seems to me quite reasonable. And we look forward to your decision. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Sally Tobin, followed by the next group of speakers, Pam Stello, Beth Conklin, Pat Armour, Scott, Eileen Lewis, Jeff Shukis, Susan Hubert, Tarnell Abbott, and Mary Lou Clark. Sally, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you. Sally Tobin, Richmond resident. I'd like to address 3 issues: sea level rise, public enjoyment of the shoreline, and money. First, the EIR addendum cites the Bay Trail elevation as 15.5 feet above sea level and explains that number as 11.5 feet to protect against 100-year storms, plus sea level rise of 4 feet. But 4 feet is an old number. Sea level rise is now estimated to be 7 to 7.6 feet, depending on who you ask, by 2100. 5 feet of fill will not be enough to protect the homes at this site. Furthermore, the wharf will be underwater during king tides with only 5 feet of sea level rise, even without any storm surge at all and leaving out groundwater rise. The submerged wharf will become a hazard and will need to be removed in any case. Second, kudos to the developer and the city attorney for working with the community and resolving many concerns like truck traffic and emergency evacuation. I guess resolving is an overstatement, but benefits for the Richmond public are being removed. In the old plan, the BCDC analysis waxed lyrical over public access to the new wharf park and the open design of the central promenade. But now both of those public benefits are gone. The new ALDA mentions views and sightlines for visitors and residents, but not for the public. The new plan may benefit the city of Richmond by removing the wharf and the contamination, but at the cost of reducing the public's access to the shoreline. Instead, public enjoyment of the Richmond shoreline should be increased. Third, money. 2 aspects. Number 1, will Richmond residents be able to build financial well-being by buying homes as shown? My guess is that as sea levels rise, home values will surely decline. And 2, apparently there is a pro forma financial document that has been distributed in a very limited way. It has not been publicly posted with other documents. There were no instructions on how a member of the public could obtain it. Before anything is voted on, the public needs to have access to the financial data on this proposed development. If the numbers are accurate, they will stand up to evaluation. So please rescind this transaction and take the time to do this well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Pam Stello. Pam, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Pam Stello, Richmond resident. I agree with the issues raised about this project. I want to talk very briefly about sea level rise, as Sally Tobin just did. The bay is rising and will eventually inundate this project as proposed. Regulatory agencies are far too conservative at this time. Mr. Menzies' comment, "We're following protocols," is concerning, one being 5 feet of fill, which is not nearly enough, as Sally Tobin stated, elevation at the site to meet even modest sea level rise projections and storm surges. If built in time, the development will require more mitigations than those proposed, and the cost will fall on future generations of Richmond residents. Our city has 32 miles of shoreline with many existing shoreline developments that were built without groundwater and sea level rise in mind. In the future, as the value of these shoreline developments fall, as Sally just stated, in the face of groundwater and sea rise, the cost to the city to defend them will rise. Some battles will lose, residents will be displaced in the future. And as the city pays higher costs to defend against groundwater impacts and coastal inundation, there's also the cost of Surrey walls, as is proposed in this project, and other technologies needed to keep shoreline toxics out of the bay. In the big picture, the long-term cost to a city with 32 miles of shoreline, with many low-lying developments and toxic sites, will be astronomical. There are models for ongoing research about how to build safely in low-lying coastal areas. Maybe this can be done at Terminal 1, or maybe we have to adjust to building on higher ground. My point is that the current plan does not employ current models and research. Dr. Hill at UC Berkeley is one resource who could put you in touch with experts in this field. It's irresponsible to not make fully informed shoreline development decisions based on current research and best practices, especially given the big picture challenges for our city. Please reject the current plan, rescind the transaction, deed the property back to the city, and start over. Work with sea rise experts and with developers who plan for 7 generations. The decisions we make today should result in a sustainable plan for generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Beth Conklin. Beth, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Beth.
Thank you. Contrary to what was implied in the staff report, the project does not have the support of the community. This project barely got out of the design review board, and only with multiple conditions. It was denied by the planning commission. So it's not supported by the community. The DRB had huge concerns about it, and the planning commission denied it. I'm asking you to rescind this sale based on the design of this project. We go to these meetings and are told we can't really talk about the whole design of the project as a whole. We can only talk about the color of the doors or the windows, but the problem is with the design of this particular project. This property really deserves to be developed in a way that brings honor to the city and the history of this particular piece. And the design that Laconia presents does not do either. It really just jams the buildings as close together as possible. Its perimeter buildings are so large, they just loom over their neighbors. And the interior buildings, they only look at each other. So this is one of the last available sites on the bay. It has beautiful open spaces and vistas. The design that Laconia has brought is not appropriate for the site. We've been working with them for 9 years. I say rescind the sale. Let's find somebody else. And thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you. The next speaker is Pat Armour. Pat, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Pat, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Oh, okay, we'll come back to Pat. The next speaker is Scott. Scott, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Scott. I've lived in Brickyard Landing for 20 years, and I have very mixed feelings about this proposal. I've been giving input since the Toll Brothers made a proposal back in the 2000s. Many hours were spent trying to come up with an acceptable design, and we finally came up with one, but I think most people were not especially excited about it, at least those who lived around here. And the same is true with these two proposals. You know, the first proposal by Laconia was finally accepted, and I made my view clear many times that I thought that the design was not appropriate for this location. It seemed more appropriate for like the south of Market or Mission Bay in San Francisco. But it was approved, so I got used to the idea. And then this proposal came down the pike, and it was actually much more according to what I had in mind, which was single family homes, 2, maybe 3 stories at most. And so at first I liked that idea. But now the more I've heard about everything related to this site is that maybe the city should reconsider building housing on this site. Maybe the best use of this land would be a park, either an extension of Miller Knox or maybe a new city park, and just leave the new housing to the PG&E site and then the quarry site. For so many reasons, it just costs so much money to make this site really appropriate for housing. And something that nobody's brought up is that there is no public transit to the Cove. The nearest bus stop is about 1.75 miles, I believe. And so that means that everybody pretty much has to have a car unless, you're one of the few who ride a bike. And so I really think that the city should look at building, denser housing near public transit in more the middle of Richmond, and perhaps the PG&E property, since it's away from the water, and just turn this site into a park. I think that would be a lovely solution to this whole problem. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's try Pat Armour again. Pat, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Okay, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Pat Armour and I live at Brickyard Landing. And I'd like to say that this historic property known as Terminal 1 and the city of Richmond deserve to be developed in a way that brings honor to its history and the city. The project currently proposed by Laconia does neither. And in my opinion, I think the project should be rescinded and we should start over. And does this project create housing? Yes. Will it increase tax revenue? Yes. But is that the only bar that needs to be met? Laconia is asking that all of the pre-existing guidelines concerning setbacks, height limits, and other requirements that ensure a modicum of open space be thrown out. It seeks to stuff as many buildings as close as possible, as close together as possible, because it says that's the only way it pencils out. Well, that's not a good reason to allow this project to be built on this site. Build a project along a freeway if that's what you're doing. I mean, they're building those huge projects along the freeway that are stuffed together, that are just, they're along Highway 5 and nobody seems to care. Well, we care here. And don't take one of the last available sites on the bay with its beautiful open spaces and vistas and build what is just another cramped housing development. This design is not appropriate for this site. Second, a positive aspect of living here is that we're not inundated by parked cars. Each property in the Cove has enough parking so there are no cars parked on Brickyard Cove Road. It allows lots of parking for the people that go to the park, and we all know how well attended that park is. That creates an aesthetic that's different from usual urban street, and the lack of parked cars on our road enhances the natural beauty of the area. Laconia wants to place 38 parking spaces on or near Brickyard Cove Road. They also intend to build 30 additional living spaces with no parking at all. This is a bad idea. Laconia needs to keep the cars for the project, in the project, and out of sight of Brickyard Cove Road. Laconia's current design is inconsistent with the neighborhood aesthetic and should not be allowed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Eileen Lewis. Eileen, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you. Many, many thanks to the council and the mayor for listening to all of our concerns. And most of mine have already been iterated. But just for a moment, I'd like for everybody to step back and think about Richmond's view of itself. It's talked about as a city of pride, a city of purpose. And this development is simply not consistent with that vision of what the city is. It concerns me a great deal that, as everyone said, this is a gorgeous site with beautiful views. 180-degree view of the bed. Well, it's probably actually larger than that, of Marin, Angel Island, Mount Tam, San Francisco, Oakland, an extraordinary view. And if this project goes forward, for all those people that live there, the number of people that will have any kind of view whatsoever is quite minimal. And additionally, we were standing at the yacht club, which has 1,000 members and is a rah-rah supporter of the community. It's not your average yacht club. It's a sailor's yacht club. But we were standing there looking out the window, and we realized that our view of Mount Tam would be completely gone. The whole view of Marin would be gone. And I'm not sure that's an appropriate way for neighbors to behave toward one another. So the whole idea of enhancing Richmond, enhancing the experience for the people who live in Richmond. I live in Richmond. I love Richmond. I like the philosophy of Richmond. And I don't think this development will be in support of that philosophy. And as for the road, as many people have said, it's ridiculous that this has gone on for so long. And I understand it's because the city didn't know about it, but the city's now known about it for several years. And especially with all of the damage that will be done to this road, all the noise, all the dirt, all the pollution, the city has to take responsibility for a road that it was supposed to take responsibility for a long, long time ago. And thank you all for taking the time to really consider this issue in depth and thinking about it in the context of your community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jeff Shukas. Jeff, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Shukas. I'm a local resident and I'm also the president of one of the Brickyard Cove homeowners associations. Actually, I'd like to thank the city attorney and B-Card both for the enormous amount of work they've both done to try to make this project work. It's much appreciated by all of us. I do have a lot less praise for the developer, who, while he speaks well, has not been a good partner during this whole project, but I won't say much more about that. I'm going to make one comment as a representative of our HOA and then a few just as a resident. From the point of view of our HOA, we can't support the project as currently defined. Our primary concerns relate to the road, specifically ownership and the timely repair of construction damage, but also emergency access to the neighborhood and the environmental effects of construction. While those have all been topics of discussion, we don't believe that there's a workable plan in place for these items, so we can't support the agreement. Back as an individual, not an HOA officer, I want to repeat something I said at the last meeting. I really want the site to be developed and with residences. And I believe that it will be someday when the right developer comes along at the right time with the right plan. The views from that plot of land are among the best in the whole Bay Area, and it will make an excellent place to put housing. I look forward to that time. But the plan as outlined is an inferior piece of work in most respects. And in fact, I think the developer, Mr. Menzies, appears to have admitted as much, stating, to paraphrase a bit, that he and his funder have been unable to come up with a plan for aesthetically pleasing residences that can generate enough profit to make his investors happy. With that being true, the best possible plan is to wait for a better plan. And finally, I want to point out something probably fairly obvious about the Surplus Lands Act. A few people, not real happy about this, have used the act to generate some urgency by implying that if we don't approve the current plan now, then the inevitable result will be low-income housing built. Well, we certainly need low-income housing, so it wouldn't be too terrible. But to state the obvious, this is waterfront property, very distant from public transportation, very distant from services, and with a really high inherent cost, including the need for major fill and a significant amount of environmental remediation. It is, when you get right down to it, a highly unappealing location for low-income housing development. A reasonable developer looking to build low-income housing, and I hope they are going to have their pick of a number of other locations, are going to stay clear of this one. We know what this land will be used for. It will be used for very nice looking residences with people that have a little bit of money and don't mind being so distant from public transportation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susan Hubert. Susan, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening and thank you for all your patience and listening. Please reject the latest development proposal for Terminal 1. No one has stated that this is a superior project, and that's required for a planned area development. Secondly, before any construction takes place in the Cove, Resolution 129-08 needs to be implemented. It was required to be done 8 years ago, but it has not been done. The current proposal appears to be a homogenized, mass-produced overall look. It's so tight and so close to each other. Brickyard Cove Road needs to be taken over by the city. Again, a long-term project that should have been done many years ago. Again, please reject the proposed development. We've worked hard. The city attorney has worked hard. BCARD has worked hard. The community has worked hard to try and get agreements, not to force anything, but try to get agreements to have a beautiful project where people will be proud to live and which will enhance the city of Richmond. Please include the C2 in any future developments, but without the section that BCARD has requested being removed regarding certain parts of the housing siting. Thank you. And thank you for listening to the community. And I hope eventually a beautiful development can be built with open space, with view corridors, with public enhancements, and keep the automobiles less prominent. And I think we'll have a beautiful development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, please unmute yourself. You may begin.
Hi, Tarnell Abbott, Richmond resident. I am very concerned about any project to build housing on the shoreline where there is severe contamination. This is an area where there's VOCs, and I don't know what else is there, but I think it is unwise to assume how much it will cost to remediate it before characterization is done. And I'd hate to see the city end up being liable for having to clean up huge amounts of contaminated area. So I think you should reject this and start over. And sea level rise, it is a danger for any shoreline development, and we shouldn't be. I don't think we should be building on the shoreline. You should think about other uses for that building that is not housing, or maybe not that building, but that area. So that is my comment, and thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mary Lou Clark. Mary Lou, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Mary Lou Clark. We've been living here since 2008. We really love this whole area. It's absolutely beautiful. The proposed development, on the other hand, is not. However, my major concern is I believe we need an alternate delivery method for delivering dirt to the site. Thousands of truck trips will destroy our road and cost a lot of money to repair it, but it will also contaminate the entire neighborhood with dust and affect the health of residents, many of whom are older. I personally am a lung cancer survivor and an asthmatic. I'm also concerned about disturbing polluted soil and trucking that out as well. It will affect our health negatively. I haven't heard what mitigation is being considered for that. Why don't we just use the bay and bring in the dirt by barge and take out what needs to be taken out by barge and have it go through a port rather than our streets? Thank you for your consideration of this idea, and thank you for listening to the neighborhood.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. We have 2 minutes before we hit the witching hour of 11. So we need to extend the meeting.
Make the motion to extend the meeting until we hear from the staff, the mayor staff presentation, or until 11:30, and then we will.
Until 11:30, okay?
Yeah.
Do I have a second?
I'll second
Yes.
that.
Okay. A motion by Councilmember Jimenez and a second by Vice Mayor McLaughlin to extend the meeting to 11:30. Can we have a vote?
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis, Councilmember Willis, your vote? Okay, he's absent. Councilmember Cepeda
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent.
All right. So I will close the public hearing, and now it's time for clarification questions to staff. Councilmember Cepeda.
If I may, is it proper to make a motion and be able to discuss from that motion?
Yes, you can make a motion.
Thank you. My motion, and I've also written it down in case you may, let me see if I can present. This is my motion. My motion is to, so I'm trying to move some stuff around. Adopt the resolution reviewing the terms of amendment to land disposition agreement for Terminal 1 project and all outstanding objections by various citizens group with respect to the project, and direct staff to negotiate further revisions to the ALDA, working alongside the various citizens groups, BCARD and PRNC, and for the immediate takeover of Brickyard Cove Road, along with accepting the $250,000 for the various HOAs, and to allow them to continue maintaining the landscaping in that area, and to have the city staff work on an emergency response plan for that area with a deadline of having the plan completed before the development is completed. That is my motion.
Okay. So motion made. Do you have any other comments? No? Okay, then I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Gail McLaughlin.
Mr. Mayor, I think you have to ask for a second. And I didn't hear one.
I thought you were making one.
No.
No? Okay. So do I have a second? For lack of second, it dies.
Okay, so I want to share some comments if you are recognizing me. I think you are,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor. Okay. So I have been through each of the projects that this site has been proposed for. Back in, I don't remember when it was, 2006, maybe, the Terminal 1 project.
And there was so much uproar and concerns. The city did charrettes, which were tables with, the community sitting around the table sharing ideas. They finally came up with a good design proposal at that time. Then we have the Great Recession. What happens? Toll Brothers walks. After that, we get to the point of having Laconia's first project in 2016, I believe. And that had all kinds of uproar about it. The city council approves it. There was a lawsuit. Some changes were made. The project goes forward. Then here we are today. Earlier this year or last year rather, Laconia says it's infeasible to propose this project. So there's all these different meetings and different DRB meetings. And all along, I can't tell you, there were multiple DRB meetings, multiple planning meetings, multiple community meetings. And every time the project fell through, here we are now with the third project. I'm pretty tired of going through this and recognizing that it's not acceptable to the community. And I'm now at the point where I have this understanding that sea level rise is a really, really important focus that all of us should, put into our minds, because it's not going away. We don't want to put our heads in the sand. We want to keep our eyes open. And if we don't, we are really not being responsible. So I would like, I realize that I think it was great. First of all, I want to thank the city attorney enormously for working so hard over the holidays with the community group, with Mr. Menzies. I want to thank the community group. I want to thank Mr. Menzies. Everybody tried. And it was worth it for the council to see what this proposal was, because we didn't have a lot of time previously to review this revised Laconia project. So now we have had that time. I personally find it difficult to approve this in any way, shape, or form. I realize that if we reject this, we pay the $500,000 back to the developer Laconia, and we also we're forced to adhere to the Surplus Land Act. But the surplus land, first of all, whether we would get one of those 500 affordable developers to do the 20 million, or even if it's less than 20 million, it's going to be multi-million dollars to do the cleanup and the retrofitting and such. Whether we would get one of those developers to do that is very, very unlikely in my mind. Affordable housing is hard to build as it is, that many affordable housing developers would tell us. However, and the Surplus Land Act says if you can't negotiate a project with one of these developers, you have the option of doing something else. I mean, the city attorney would have to read it, all the, the various aspects of the Surplus Land Act. But if we can't come to terms with a project because an affordable housing developer can't afford to do all the cleanup and all the retrofitting, we can find another use for it. And that, I believe, is in the Surplus Land Act. And I personally, at this point, would very much like us to put this project behind us that has so many issues involved with it. So I'll make a motion for us to, let me see how the agenda is written. It's basically the resolution, adopting the resolution. It has three different parts, as I understand it. We want to adopt the part of the resolution, or I'm suggesting we adopt the part of the resolution that exercises our right to rescind the transaction and require the property to be deeded back to the city and the deposit returned to the developer. So that's my motion.
Do I have a second?
I second that.
Okay, a motion by Vice Mayor McLaughlin and a second by Jimenez. Councilmember Bono.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask the council to direct the city attorney to negotiate with East Bay Regional Parks, because I strongly believe this is a precious opportunity for housing and we are in need of housing. So the further away from the water you go, I mean, the heights start in East Bay Regional Parks. It takes care of the issue of the view because it's not going to be blocking other neighbors. It's going to be on top. There won't be any need for bringing soil in. I assume the soil is stronger there and we can have more affordable housing there, multi-level. So it just solves many problems and we have leverage now. We are giving Point Mulate away. We actually gave away a housing opportunity there, whatever it was. But
Excuse me, are you making a substitute motion or what are you making? Because we need to move.
well, it has nothing to do with the motion, but it's a direction alongside the motion to the city staff. So I would like to ask the city to have the city attorney to look into that and also the city manager look into possible grants for remediation of that property.
Excuse, Councilmember Bono, Councilmember Jimenez is correct in making, if you're not making a motion, then you need to speak to the item.
Okay, then I'll talk after that, after voting.
Okay, Councilmember Robinson.
I have 3 questions and I'm hoping folks can help me answer. The first one is, will there be any legal consequences if we vote to rescind? The second question is, is there a near-term financial burden of remediation that the city will have to take on if we rescind? So there's some talk about an agency demanding cleanup on a timeline, and I'm unclear if that would make the city responsible for the cleanup on a timeline that has nothing to do with whether or not we get a grant to do it. So I'd like clarity if people know the answer to that question. And the last question is, what is the full cost of taking on the road so that the HOA no longer has to maintain that road? Those are my 3 questions. That's it. If I could get help from staff or whomever knows the answer to those questions with staff, that would be helpful.
So in general, when you ask whether there's any legal consequences, one doesn't have a crystal ball. I don't believe the developer has grounds because I think our agreement said that we had the right to take this back, just like he had the right to take it back. That doesn't mean that he wouldn't sue us to see whether he can negotiate something. So I don't want to speculate publicly on different things. There are always consequences, but the agreement as set up gives you the right to rescind. That was the intent, and that was the developer's understanding when we negotiated it. He had a similar right, so there was mutuality of contract. On your question about the remediation, I don't there is a remediation process. There was money to pay for it. It's not complete. I don't know. The assumption has been that this project was going to take care of it. So there hasn't really been an incentive to push it forward. So I don't know. I couldn't answer how much more needs to be done, and is there any alternative funding device? So I don't have a strong answer to that.
Yeah, so it was also, there was some mention in the public comment that there was an agency that was holding us to some kind of a deadline. And I just wanted clarity on that.
There's a cleanup plan. It's taken longer, but the understanding has been that eventually, this developer's been around a long time, so the expectation's been the developer's going to take care of it. So how they would, you know, are they going to, the developer disappearing? Is that going to cause them to ask more questions and want to figure out what's our plan? Probably. And you know, we haven't tried to analyze that. It's certainly a valid question and a consequence. To the extent people figure we'll find somebody else relatively quickly, maybe it's not that big of a problem. But on the other hand, if there's nobody that steps forward, you know, the city is the landowner, so the city will have responsibility. The third question, was the full cost of taking immediately. Maybe did I not write that down? Taking.
It was just the cost of taking over the road.
Oh, the road, yeah. So the agreement contemplated, there were some estimates. The property owners made an estimate that just dealing with their part was $400,000. The city engineer looked at it and said more like $700,000. But the city engineer was really just looking at the private part. And the agreement contemplated that the city engineer would relook at the whole thing and come back to the council with a recommendation in May as to what the cost was going to be. So I don't think we know the full cost. And the question is, you know, what is the cost of making the current roadway meet standard requirements? I guess we would make the assumption that the other projects that are going to have truck traffic and cause degradation of the roadway, we would be able to determine what the degradation is and what they have to do to fix it. But I think it's kind of two separate issues. The agreement gave the city, I think it's unknown what the real cost is and I think the city engineer would have to do what we had planned to have him do under the agreement, and it could be some months before you knew that. But the homeowners are talking about doing it by September. So I think within that window, the city engineer would be able to look at it and give you a reasonable estimate of what it will cost, both to put it up to city standard and then what happens with future development.
One more part of this is there's a resolution that's being cited around this road. Did that resolution say that the city needed to take over this road like 9 years ago? Is that what people are citing?
I don't have that resolution, so I'm not sure.
Are you aware of any agreement that we're overdue on to take over the road?
No, I do. I think it's my understanding that there was an expectation, as I said in my presentation, it's my understanding that there was an expectation that when the road connected up to around the other side, that the city was going to take it over. And but the resolution, the documents I saw said that it was available to be taken over. There was not a legally enforceable requirement the city do it. There was a condition that said that it was a bit, could be taken over at that point, and there may have been an expectation that it would be, but there wasn't any sort of automatic provision or condition that said when this was accomplished, it was the city's. It was when that was accomplished, the city had the ability to accept it. But there may have been a lot of oral understanding as to what was going to be done. So I do think that probably the owners or the homeowners, had an expectation, and there might have been people with the city that told them that it would be done. But
thank you. Mayor Martinez, may I respond?
Yes.
Thank you. So to Councilmember Robinson, to your question, I do want to reiterate that staff have not put together the fully burdened costs of holding the site with in terms of identifying the complete fiscal impact with cost escalators for inflation. That has not been done, including security and so forth. The council's direction is to
You
move in
mean
that
holding
manner.
the site, like holding if we rescind Terminal 1, we haven't, is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about the road?
Yes, like, so for example, there have been mentions about the environmental cleanup. We would need to have security and maintenance and so forth. And so if the council does want to move in that direction, we will try to, if that's the decision this evening, we would then put in a placeholder for mid-year, similar to what we did for fiscal year 22-23 for Point Malati as a starting point while the analysis is fully developed.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, I think one thing that is important to me and what I am supporting this is that we need to, we have been talking about development, and we need to start really putting our effort to develop in the areas in downtown San Pablo. All these years, the only project that has been working is in these remote areas that are really difficult to access to communities, low-income communities. And we need to start making more efforts to do that. And this is kind of like a painful, as Councilmember McLaughlin is saying. I haven't been for that long, but it's over and over and over this discussion with community. Look at what happened with the rain and the cyclone, right? So we are building in these areas where we are then going to have significant liability. Like sea level rise is a real thing. It's not like climate change is a reality. So we need to start thinking about how to develop the shoreline in a way that is more sustainable, not for the fiscal year 2023 and 2024 or 5 years on the road, but for many years to come. And if we allow to build houses there and not looking at all these environmental issues, and we are because we are looking at the short-term revenue enhancement, but then we are going to be liable when these houses are underwater. How much money is going to cost us that? Do we have the projection for that, right? And I think Councilmember Bana has some ideas about potential negotiation, it could be. Another thing that I wanted to say that is coming right this year is that in 2021, Governor Newsom signed a legislation referred to as the Clean Up in Vulnerable Communities Initiative and allocating over $500 million to expedite the cleanup and beneficial reuse of contaminated properties. And the new requirements for that are going to come this year. Many communities, if they had sites, have been allocated for cleanup in grants over $7 million. So I think like we need to start thinking not in the way of scarcity, but in a way of opportunity and in a way of how we want development to and how we want the city to grow. And if we are responsible about that, and if we are looking and we are environmentally responsible and fiscally responsible, we don't want projects that probably in these years are going to be okay bringing revenue, but in years to come, we are going to live generation after generation of paying for houses being underwater, houses getting paying a lot of money because rain is going to be hard, stronger and stronger every year, more cracks on the hillside as well. So I think I want also to make sure that we start putting more attention in developing infill, in developing in downtown area, in developing in the areas where there is public transit, where we can have our communities, low-income communities, to have access to it. McDonald's and 12 is a big example. What had happened with that? So I'm sorry, my escape. So I just think that we need to think more in the years to come, more what we want to develop in the city, and just stop talking just in the scarcity and not looking at opportunities that are coming up that Richmond can take a real advantage. And this is what I am supporting Councilmember McLaughlin's motion. Thank you.
Okay, I see 4 people with their hands up. I don't know if you left them up or whether you're waiting to be called again. So
I'm waiting to be called again, so, but I don't think I'm first.
okay, Councilmember Cepeda.
Excuse me, I would like to see if I can make a maybe friendly amendment, if possible, to Vice Mayor McLaughlin's motion, to see if we can at least consider to accept the Brickyard Cove Road by September of this year, if not earlier, and then initiate an emergency response plan with selected community members to help out alongside with staff, so they can work on an emergency plan for this area.
Before I answer that, I guess I need to hear from the city attorney. I know you just addressed this issue of the taking over of the street, but if I accepted that, and if the seconder accepted it, how would that impact the city?
Well, as I said.
I'm sorry, before you answer that,
Sorry.
I have a point of clarification. The acceptance of the Brickyard Cove Road isn't really part of the project, is it?
And it's not a part of the agenda.
Well,
Yeah, I guess I'm leaning, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's really best to keep these separate. I mean, I think that could be dealt with separately, Councilmember Cepeda. I think we should keep this distinct as a rejection of the rescinding of the sale of the site back to the city.
If I may just clarify a little bit more, it is part of the agenda.
Yes,
because-
but it's not part of the
It's not in the resolution, I don't think.
It's not listed as an agenda item. It is in the agreement. If you approve the agreement, there is a process for taking over the road. But if you're rejecting the agreement, you obviously can accept or reject the agreement. If you reject the agreement, it would be appropriate to come back at another point in time and decide what you want to do about the roadway. The roadway, as I said, there are costs, as the city manager and I said, there are some maintenance costs of the carry cost on the site and the cost of the roadway. That would be data that we could develop for you to decide what you want to do on that subject.
So I don't consider that a friend. I mean, I recognize your desire to connect them, Councilmember Zepeda, but I don't, I prefer not to have that as part of my motion.
Okay, thank you.
all right. Councilmember Bana.
Yes, I would like to say that we should stick with the original motion because we need to ask the public works director, if we are ready financially to take care of that. If in addition to $150,000, we may need additional annual, whatever. So a budget, I agree in the gist and idea of taking over the road. But we shouldn't attach it to this motion because we need to know all the financial consequences. Thank you.
Councilmember Robinson.
I just feel like it's important for me to say some comments and just to kind of get them out as I'm listening to, for the second time, all of the public comment, reading all of the documents, listening to the attorney, listening to everyone else. There are just some serious issues with this site and what's being proposed. There's this notion that, we definitely need housing. The whole Bay Area needs housing. That's true. But is this the site for that? It's not near public transportation. There isn't a lot of room for parking. There isn't good evacuation planning in place. There isn't good access. There's an existing, issues with the train and blocking, access in the case of emergencies. There's the threat of climate and seawater rise, and it's a contaminated site. And
Excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt you, but it is 11:30 and we need to suspend the rules and to extend the meeting. So
I move we suspend the rules and extend the meeting just to finish this vote. And I do want to state for those council members who are new, when you suspend the rules, you need a 2/3 vote. So we will need a 2/3 vote even to extend it for a short period of time.
okay, so do I have a second?
I second.
Sorry.
I said I second.
Okay, so a motion by Vice Mayor McLaughlin to suspend the rules, extend the meeting, and a second by Councilmember Robinson. Can we have a roll call?
Councilmember Bana,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis. I believe he is absent. Councilmember Zepeda
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent.
Robinson, you may continue.
So I'll try to make it quick, but just by general principle, it seems irresponsible, even after cleanup, to site homes where families will live on a site that is contaminated, possibly, structurally unsound, we don't know what's coming in terms of earthquakes and climate and other things. It feels like there's so many things wrong with this site that we really just need to consider a different kind of project. And again, infill development, looking for other opportunities. I believe our housing element depended on this project and projects at Point Mulade, which is going to be a problem for us. But we just have to face those problems. We need deeper insight on our planning for our city. So I just wanted to state those things, you know, as I'm listening to everything, I feel like I just can't find another way forward. Thank you.
Okay. I have always felt that this was an inappropriate place for development of housing. I've been against any housing there. And this more modest project was more amenable to me than the high density, mainly because we have a lot of the same issues that we had with Point Mulade, which is egress and exit. There's, you know, it's a major problem, and we just keep packing people in. PG&E wants to do a project which will put in more housing. And then, you know, there's a quarry project which proposes to have their residents leave via the Brickyard Cove Road. So, you know, it's just creating more and more problems. I believe that the site is a beautiful site and should be available to the public at large. The issues is with the cleanup. I don't think the park would be willing to give up land for land that requires a lot of mitigation, that requires a wharf that needs to be torn down or totally revamped, soil that's subsiding, toxic land. You know, I just don't see the park being interested in making such trade, unless they were giving the finances to do the cleanup. I think Laconia is a ticket to that cleanup. The question is this a ticket we want to ride? I feel that we've kind of boxed ourselves into a corner by declaring it surplus land, so that now we're open to bidders wanting to build there, and us not really having much recourse if they come up with a way to build. You know, even though I believe, many of us believe, it's not a place to build. So I think I know where the vote is going, and I really am at a loss. So are there any other comments? If not, then it's time for a vote.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just comment about what you just said. I think the city and East Bay Regional Parks can come into agreement that the city cleans up the lot and then swaps land, and we can talk about that later.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm very optimistic about it.
So this is a vote by Councilmember Vice Mayor McLaughlin, seconded by Councilmember Jimenez. It is to exercise the right to rescind the transaction and require the property to be deeded back to the city and the deposit returned to the developer.
And could I add one point there? The city clerk and I recently had a discussion about modifying things. The resolution was not fully fleshed out in terms of being in the negative. I put language in the title and there's a number of sections in it, but I would like the discretion from the council approving the modified resolution that I could flesh out some of the details of that consistent with the basic provisions that are there that are in the rescinding mode.
My motion includes that, giving you flexibility in regard of making the resolution comply with the rescinding.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis. Councilmember Willis is absent. Councilmember Zepeda
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Martinez voting no and Councilmember Willis absent.
All right, so that brings us, in seeing how long it was going to take, I actually told my staff to go to bed. So the final item that we were going to see about the budget is being continued, but it is time for adjournment, and I would like to adjourn in memory of Carmen Lee, who worked for Pogo Park for 16 years to create a space for children. I'm sure all of you know of Pogo Park and how wonderful of a space that is. Tomorrow, February 8th at 4 p.m., they are having a balloon release memorial in celebration of her life to share memories, stories, and just to remember all the wonderful things that she did, the wonderful person that she is. So hopefully some of us can make it there. Are there any other memorials? If not, then this meeting is adjourned. Thanks so much to all of you for the hard work that you did. I really appreciate the sincerity and the conviction and the thoroughness that you put into this. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you for sharing the meeting. Good night.